My name is Stephen Bipes. I'm with the MDRC team. I echo our gratitude to be here, the MDRC Africa workstream here in Pretoria, South Africa. It really is nice to be working on this project. We're near the end, actually, of this phase 2. We're looking forward to hopefully doing more in the future. So I'm already a little bit homesick, not because we've been on the road for 2 weeks this round, but because it's been a really personal and professional investment. Some of us on the MDRC team yesterday, after the close of the day 1, we ran off to connect to a 2-hour GRP workshop with our Latin America colleagues. And I confess that I think I hit my GRP overdose limit for the first time. It really was a lot for one day. But it kind of occurred to me that for those of us who are in this day in, day out talking about GRP and international standards and international benchmarks for regulatory frameworks, we're passionate, but it can be rather dry, and its presentation can be sometimes two-dimensional. We know that workshops like this one are necessary, and we're working on our final report for the MDRC and already thinking about how are we going to relay this to our implementing partners, USAID, the governments, the private sector. How can we get them to digest not just the outputs, but the outcomes? How can we, tee up, maximize our chances of doing more of this in the future? But we know the fact is that very few people are going to read that full report. We know that the average attention span, I know there's a few exceptions, Tammy here in the front row, but we know the average attention span on social media is about 7 seconds. It could be that in the future, this type of training isn't done in workshops. It's done with Instagram and YouTube. We're not there yet, but we did dabble a little bit on this project. So we wanted to recap some of the major themes from yesterday and a little bit more 3-dimensional format, less 2-dimensional, with a little bit of color, a little bit of sound. But before we go there, what are some of the elements that we touched on yesterday? One of the biggest challenges of this project has been the different languages, and not just English, Portuguese, Spanish, Basa. It's been speaking WHO. It's been speaking WTO. It's the language that the trade ministries use, the language that the health ministries use, industry uses, even within companies. I mean, I know some companies talk about, government X, Y, or Z, but I'm telling you, inside the companies, they've got some work too to kind of organize themselves and cross silos. So we've been doing that as well. And we really take it as a core part of the MDRC to build the capacities in the private sector on the co-responsibilities that we all have in the development of appropriate technical regulation standards, conformity assessment, resilient supply chains. And we put together a little animation that was meant to be used with a layman's audience. So someone who doesn't really know all of these things introduces a lot of these terms, connects the different elements of health and trade and supply chain and market access and standards and regulatory frameworks. And we thought that rolling this out might be a nice way to recap what we touched on yesterday and launch us on day 2. And I'd say that maybe combined with some stretch breaks throughout the day can help us keep energized. So with that, I want to go to the video, and I wish us all a very informative and constructive day 2. Thank you.
Medical technologies, or medtech, are essential to patient care. What exactly is medtech? The challenges preventing patient access to medtech and solutions to those challenges. Medtech refers to the vast diversity of devices and tools used to maintain human health, virtually every health product excluding medicines. Medtech includes a wide variety of products ranging from MRI machines, ventilators, pacemakers, bandages, cotton swabs, and diagnostics tests. The world became more familiar with medtech in the significant role it has played in combating COVID-19. Medtech is produced by small and large economies alike as part of a global interconnected supply chain. This supply chain includes research and development, manufacturing, regulatory approvals, transportation, customs clearance, and many other aspects. Learning from COVID-19, the world is examining how to strengthen supply chains and health systems. This video focuses on one of the most important elements of the supply chain, regulatory approvals. Ensuring the alignment of medtech regulatory requirements within economies and across borders is essential to health system strengthening. Regulatory convergence and reliance enable medtech to quickly reach patients and health systems, particularly in economies that have acute supply chain constraints. There are three main regulatory challenges that hamper patient access to life-saving medtech. First, the use of country-unique regulations and standards, which differ from internationally harmonized reference documents and standards for medtech. Second, the lack of implementation of international good regulatory practice recommendations and requirements, including those of the World Health Organization, or WHO, and the World Trade Organization, or WTO, amongst others. Third, the unnecessary use of limited public health resources to develop redundant and non-aligned regulatory processes. These three challenges create supply chain bottlenecks and barriers to trade, but more importantly, they prevent patients and health systems from accessing life-saving medtech. In order to build resilient healthcare systems, economies and their regulatory authorities are encouraged to: first, implement good regulatory and reliance practices as established by the World Health Organization and implement globally harmonized reference documents of the IMDRF and the Global Harmonization Working Party, or GHWP. Second, base national medtech technical regulations and standards upon relevant international standards with an objective of alignment. Third, implement foundational good regulatory practices, such as those of the WTO Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement. Both health and trade authorities have core responsibilities to implement these measures, with industry playing a critical role. This whole-of-government approach to rulemaking improves the interoperability of health systems and increases regulatory efficacy, while simultaneously streamlining regulatory processes, minimizing supply chain bottlenecks, and fortifying health systems. And most critically, this approach enables life-saving medtech to reach patients and points of care, particularly critical in addressing global public health and accelerate pandemic preparedness and equal access to medtech. The Standards Alliance COVID-19 Medical Device Regulatory Convergence Project, or MDRC, works to support response to the COVID-19 pandemic and enable vital medical technologies to reach points of care through the adoption of good regulatory practices and international standards.
Good morning. So I told them I was going to be using it like this because the only short person in this room that would need a step is me. So it is really not fair for everybody else to deal with that. So hope you have found it useful. We will have this video also uploaded to the MDRC website. Thank you. So you may have it available so you can use it, because it at least we see it like a very nice quick summary on a lot of the things that we discussed yesterday. So hopefully you can find it useful. And in case it could be also useful, this is also available in Portuguese and in Spanish. Probably for Africa, it's not going to be that useful in Spanish, but pretty sure Portuguese is going to do that. So without further ado, then we will get back to our agenda for the day. And now we will get started with an overview of medical devices and IVDs, for what I would like to introduce Tanya Vogt. She's the Executive Officer of the South African Medical Technology Industry Association, SAHPRA, a position she has held since January 2007. Locally, she sits on the NAPI Advisory Board, is a steer co-member of MEDIC and the Presidential Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, and a member of the recently formed CSIR, Local Manufacturers Advisory Panel. Internationally, she is the South African Medical Technology Industry Representative on the Global Harmonization Working Party and a board member of the Global Medical Technology Alliance. Tanya, welcome, and thank you for moderating our next session.
Thank you, Sandra. If I can ask the speakers in this session to please come up and join me on the podium. So that would be great. And good morning, Asma.
Good morning, Tanya, and good morning, everyone.
So I'm going to be moderating this session, and how we're going to hold the session is I'm going to start with some introductory slides around SAHPRA and what we do and who we represent. And then I'm going to open the floor to our wonderful panel of regulatory experts. And I have a disclaimer up front. I am not a regulatory expert, and that's why I'm going to leave all the regulatory difficult questions and answers to our panel. I would like to introduce them all at the same time, if I may. And what we will do, please, is if you will hold questions till after all of the presentations. We have such a wealth of knowledge and experience in terms of the speakers this morning that I want to give them enough time to be able to cover what they need to cover, but I will make sure that we do have sufficient time for questions. So let me begin first with Dirk, who is going to be our first speaker after myself. Dirk is a Senior Manager, Regulatory Affairs and Quality in the EA and Delve regions, and the authorized representative for Medtronic South Africa, Medtronic Africa. Dirk has 23 years of experience and being at Medtronic, and in fact 19 years with SAHPRA, and he has been a very committed and truly wonderful supporter of the SAHPRA Regulatory Committee. Next to Dirk is Fatima Razouyan. Fatima is based in Washington, D.C., and she's also from Medtronic. In fact, she is Medtronic's global regulatory head of their strategy team, focusing on global regulatory harmonization. Her prior experience includes leading U.S. regulatory policy at BD, along with key positions at the FDA's CDRH, where she served as a lead scientific reviewer and led the 510(k) review program, significantly contributing to essential guidance documents and policies. She holds a BS in biomedical engineering and an MS in electrical engineering from George Washington University. I met her last week in Nairobi, and just something that she didn't mention in her resume is that she was also instrumental in getting FDA to include sesame allergy precautions on FDA label requirements. And that just shows how a stakeholder, such as a patient, because her son was struggling with this, got to help change regulatory requirements. So we spoke about stakeholders yesterday. Patients and parents are very important stakeholders to consider. Asma. Asma is the Global Regulatory Policy Lead for EMEA at Roche Diagnostics, and she holds a bachelor's degree in pharmacy science. She is committed to advancing regulatory science, collaborating with key stakeholders locally and globally, and driving convergence of international best practices in medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. With her expertise in regulatory policy and capacity building, she has also previously served as the Regional Regulatory Affairs Manager for the Middle East and Africa at Roche. And then locally, Sarah, who is my counterpart, is the Executive Officer of SALDA, the Southern African Laboratory and Diagnostics Association. She is also an independent consultant in the IVD laboratory industry. She has over 30 years experience in laboratory testing and research, specializing in IVDs and clinical trials. And she represents SALDA on the SAHPRA industry task group. Her passion is training, lecturing, and mentoring of clinical trial and laboratory personnel, as well as upskilling the next generation of pharmaceutical sciences students for the medtech industry in South Africa. She's also a member of the Medical Devices Professionals Group and South African Clinical Trials Association. So if I could please have a warm round of applause for this amazing panel of regulatory experts. Great, if I could please have my slides. Okay, while we're waiting for the slides, I think let me begin. SAHPRA is a voluntary not-for-gain trade association. And interestingly enough, we were established in 1985, and the founding members of SAHPRA were all local manufacturers. Today, the majority of medtech companies in South Africa are actually importers. And we heard yesterday that at least 90% or so of medtech products are imports. But why SAHPRA was founded was the local manufacturers at the time became concerned that there were poor quality, cheap medtech products that they had to compete with that were being imported into the country. And so the very reason why SAHPRA was created was actually to engage with the government at the time to implement medical device regulations. It took us some time, and finally in 2017, we saw that we did have regulations. So, so our vision is to partner with key stakeholders to really further and drive the medical technology industry to new frontiers and to contribute towards an enabling and sustainable healthcare system. Our mission is to ensure a sustainable, ethical, and transformed medtech sector in South Africa. And our members comprise of medtech companies, but we also have some associate members, and these are service providers to the industry, such as regulatory consultants, notified bodies, conformity assessment bodies, even training entities that provide services of benefit to the sector. We are a member of a number of local as well as international entities. We are a member of the industry task group alongside SAHPRA and other industry associations. We are also a member of Business Unity South Africa. We give inputs into the Medical Device and Innovations Cluster. We are a member of the Global Harmonization Working Party, and we're also a member of the Global Medical Technology Alliance. And these networks and alliances are really important because one of our key strategic imperatives is in terms of shaping best practice in standards, policies, and regulatory requirements applicable to the medtech industry. There are other strategic imperatives that we focus on, but for the purposes of today, the reason why these other networks and belonging to these other entities is so vital for us is it makes sure that we keep our finger on the pulse of what's happening in terms of best practice internationally. And I have another disclaimer. I have never worked in the medtech industry until I joined SAHPRA. And honestly, I believe that it's because of these networks, particularly SAHPRA's relationship with the likes of MedTech Europe, with AdvaMed, and with the Global Medical Technology Alliance, that I've learned so much about this industry and to take what has been done elsewhere, not reinvent the wheel, and implement it here in SAHPRA and for the medtech sector in South Africa. So who are our membership? And the reason why I put up this slide is it's important to understand the context of the medtech industry landscape in South Africa, because you need to understand the local context to make sure that yes, there must be reliance, yes, there must be harmonization and convergence, but ultimately you also need to make sure that the regulations that we implement and the standards are fit for purpose for the local context. We heard from the FDA that the majority of companies that they deal with are manufacturers of medtech products, and they are based, a lot of their manufacturing plants, in the US. In South Africa, in fact, the majority of our members are small to medium distributors. And so regulations are something that is very new, and the knowledge and expertise is not just a capacity issue for the regulator, but even for industry. So it's really important that whatever we design for that in mind. You can't expect an industry that's never been regulated before to know exactly what they need to do. They will fumble, they will make mistakes, and this can create inefficiencies, it can create frustration, and it can add to cost. So just to please bear that in mind when we do consider regulatory implementation for the South African medtech sector. So just to also explain the actual breakdown of our members. We aim to be the voice of the medtech sector in South Africa, so we don't just represent multinationals. In fact, multinationals are the smallest percentage of our membership. By and large, our members are distributors, but we also have wholesalers that are members of SAHPRA as well as distributors. Great. Okay, so this is just an example of how collaboration works. And thank you, Vic, for offering us your dongle that we're using to make a plan. And also an example of the local context in South Africa. So without any more ado, I'd like to hand over to Dirk, who's going to cover the difference between medical devices and pharmaceuticals and the implications for regulations. And he'll be supported in this by Fatima. Over to you, Dirk.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be sitting here today to speak to you about this subject. I think that it's really, and also, sorry, welcome to everyone online. I know that there's a huge amount of people online, and we look forward to any questions or comments that come through from you. I think it's quite easy to move into the subject, particularly because Stephen presented that wonderful video, which I think should ultimately be played before the start of any form of congress that we have on medical devices. And it's also made my work so much easier this morning. So without any further ado, I'm going to use this, and let's see if we get to our slides. We don't have our slides just yet. While we're getting the slides up, this is just the agenda slide, so we'll get through that pretty easily in terms of what we're going to do. So we'll discuss the differences between medical devices and pharmaceuticals, look at the definitions, look at classifications from an IMDRF perspective, as well as steps that we need to take to bring new products to market. And then also, I think, most importantly, the call to convergence or for convergence with regards to medical devices. I think we need to wait for this slide to come up because this is, there we go. So we'll move on to slide 3 if possible, please, and put it into presentation mode. Previous one. So I can take control of that now. Okay. So if we look at the difference between pharma and the medical device sector as such, we know that we have innovation, the technology, life cycle, nature, and running through all of these different aspects of medical devices versus pharma. But the point that I'd like to make out of all of this is that the real difference that has an implication is the technology life cycle for pharma and for medical devices, in that medical devices are rapid and iterative, and we're talking about an 18-month life cycle sometimes, and sometimes even slightly less for some of the medical devices. Whereas with pharma, we can talk up to 13 years of a patent protection as such. On the other side of the spectrum, if we really look at the outcomes, then we're talking about compliance, and we have a higher compliance because it's put forward by normally a surgeon or a team of surgical experts that deliver the therapy to the patient, whereas the compliance from a pharma perspective for a patient are largely determined by the patient themselves, and therefore the outcomes as well. Adverse events are also largely different because the adverse events that we have for medical devices are largely local in nature. Whereas for pharma, the patient system toxicity as such just means that the potential for larger scale adverse events as such is really more often the case from a pharma perspective. But the single point that I wanted to make out of all of this is, and this is particularly important for the regulator, is that when you look at medtech with more than 2 million different product categories or families versus the 20,000 odd for pharma. If you have a regulator that has pound for pound, one for one, the same amount of resources for the two different industries, then we either need to have, because that basically means that for every one registration you do for a pharma device, you're doing 100 for medical technology. Okay, which then means we either need to have a regulatory system which is 100 times simpler or faster in terms of getting the same submission times right, or we have to have a system which has 100 times more simplicity and in terms of the reliance model that we operate on, in terms of being able to bring these products to market. So I think this might hit home a little bit, just purely because, yes, the drugs yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and medical devices literally purely today. Looking at the medical devices then as well, a brief reminder that you can have a medical device that is as simple as a tongue depressor or a Band-Aid or a thermometer, as an example, leading to complexity in terms of robotic devices being the complexity of the day for medical devices. The intended use is critically important in terms of the determination of what a medical device is. And this is not just so much in terms of the difference largely between pharma and medtech, but also medtech in terms of medtech, because you could have a heart rate measurement device. And in fact, I have one on my arm. Okay, it's my Garmin. I wear it every day of my life. And I used to wear it as an example just for my heart rate, and yes, to measure my rides. So for those of you who go out and ride or run, you know you're on Strava, etc. And the intended use of that is for fitness and general wellness. And that would mean that generally it becomes unregulated. Whereas this watch now could also in the future be determined as a medical device, because if it's intended for diagnosing medical conditions, and now we have a concept on here called heart rate variability, which can be used to determine the potential for heart failure. If I use it as such in terms of that to diagnose my medical condition, it could become a medical device. So it just shows you how something as simple as that now could change, and why the definitions, therefore, are that important. And then if we look at the definition from an IMDRF perspective, I think that everyone has largely seen this, okay? And I don't want to say ad nauseum, but this is something that we live and die by, just purely because it is the start of everything from a medical device perspective. And the point that I want to make out of all of this is largely that when you look at this definition, the lower phrase, which says, and does not achieve its primary intended action by pharmacological, immunological, or metabolic means, okay, that in itself determines a medical device. But it also brings into context the conundrum when we start talking about combination devices and the primary use in terms of where we step forward in the determination of a medical device. Here largely are a couple of examples of medical devices, and this is purely because of the intended use. And you can make note of the center one in terms of the intended use, because those are maggots or larvae as such. And the intended use, if that as such would be seen as a medical device. So for anyone, if you didn't know that, it's a prime example of how diverse the spectrum is in terms of medical devices. If we look at the classification, this slide we could most probably talk to for the better part of a morning if we really wanted to. So I think that the call here is largely around the global adoption of a rules-based classification system. And that rules-based system would benefit manufacturers, it would benefit the users, primarily the patients, regulatory authorities in terms of promoting regulatory convergence primarily. And as an example, we have a difference in terms of our local classification system versus the EU classification, or now we would call it in terms of the old MDD, but now the MDR, if we look at it. And sometimes such simple words or phrases that change, that have a completely different outcome in terms of the determination or the risk classification of medical devices. The medical, the risk classification system is there largely because it's there to protect the patient. So if we had to start off as an example at a low risk and moving through B, C to D as a high risk, what happens then ultimately is that the regulatory requirements become more stringent. They become more onerous in terms of the manufacturers and potentially for use by healthcare professionals in determining and making sure that medical devices are safe and effective and that they go through the appropriate regulatory requirements and aspects for manufacturing to ensure that we deliver a product that is safe and that works for patients and for healthcare professionals. And from that perspective, I'm now going to hand over to my esteemed colleague, who will take us through the further complexities and implications for regulatory devices.
All right. Good day, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and I'm humbled to have the opportunity to share some of my insights and also perspective from a global manufacturer. Tanya, I need to rely on you to be my timekeeper and give me. I know we are a bit over time, so please give me a sign if I need to speed up. All right. So I like to walk you through global patient access from international manufacturers' perspective. When we want to bring our devices to the market, we first target our initial markets. And we do that, we make that determination based on whether they have transparent and predictable regulatory environments, do they leverage international best practices and standards. And once we make that determination, then we get into the next step. But I have to say, it's these factors that I just noted that create a favorable regulatory environment, and it's that favorable regulatory environment that lays the foundation for our international market expansion. So then from there, we go to our following markets. When we go to our following market, we oftentimes find ourselves repeating the regulatory processes that are tailored to the local or sort of the jurisdictional requirements for that same product that we have already launched in our initial markets. That what winds up happening is that delays access for the patients. I have to say, of course, there are some of the local requirements that are sort of the most typical ones that are listed on the slide, as you see on the right side. But I have to say that some of them may be very well justified if they are based on valid scientific justification or rationale, and they follow the WTO obligation that we heard about yesterday. All right, so let me walk you through sort of the overarching steps for bringing a new device to initial markets. What we need to do is we first establish the products, and this is, the first step. Before everything else, we need to define whom this device is intended for, how long it's going to be used for, and then what its purpose is. So what's its intended use? And that sets the foundation for subsequent steps or sort of decisions that will follow. Then we verify the product. We have to make a decision based on the definition that Dirk actually showed you, the IMDRF definition of medical devices, whether that device is truly a medical device, and going back to that sort of the intended use that he covered. And that sets the direction for the entire regulatory and also compliance journey that's about to follow. Then from there, we identify the classification and the regulatory pathway. And it's that classification, that the class of device that determines the depth and breadth of regulatory scrutiny that it will eventually undergo. And once those are determined, then we move toward developing our valid scientific evidence. And that could be clinical evidence, whether it's clinical trials, it could be literature data, it could be real world evidence, real world data that eventually will be real world evidence, and could be bench testing and so forth. And then once that's taken care of, then we move forward to preparing our pre-market submission and then sending it to our regulators for their blessing. What you see on this slide is a half circle. And the reason this is a half circle, for those of you who were sort of dialed in last week for the workshop that was in Kenya, it's because when it comes to medical products, we have a total product life cycle, both the manufacturers and also the regulators. So with that, let me see if my animation works. There you go. This is the second half of my circle. So you bring the device to the market, and then it's not the end of it. So it actually, the circle continues. So you delve into the post-market side, where you have the post-market surveillance, and manufacturers are obligated to make all the efforts they can to make sure that they have ongoing monitoring in place, they have vigilance reporting in place, they continue to do risk assessment, and based on those, they might oftentimes find themselves, an input that they get from real world data, they might find themselves in a place that they have to reiterate and also sort of improve the device, and then go back to the beginning of that circle that I showed you. I got my 4 minutes warning, so let's see if I can speed this up. All right, so I showed you in the slides before about our initial market. So initial markets, bringing our device or launching our device in our initial markets, they take about 18 months. And then from there, it takes us about, when we want to go to our following markets, anywhere from roughly 2 to 5 years. And just something that I want to highlight here is that as a global manufacturer with a global footprint, we could easily have over 56 different markets that we have to sort of target in our following markets. And you just do the math, you know, if all of them take that long, I mean, it delays access. So if we get to the point that we understand the requirements and converge regulatory requirements, and in case where regulations are not convergent, I have to say all is not lost, because convergence is not required to have reliance. Okay, so we could still practice reliance. And if that happens, look at the bottom portion of the slide. So it still takes you that 18 months to launch your product in the initial market. But if you practice reliance, you could actually ideally shorten that time frame for launching a product in the following market to 30 to 60 days. Okay. So let me go on to the next slide. All right. Okay, so as noted by Agnes from WHO yesterday, and thanks to my colleague Tammy from Roche, who's sitting in the audience, who pulled out this statement, the 67th World Health Assembly in 2014 focused on the importance of effective regulatory systems in healthcare. These systems are fundamental in strengthening our healthcare ecosystem and also improving public health impact and outcomes. And the role of regulators is really central here. Okay, they're the vital part of the ecosystem, because they are the ones who are going to ensure safety and efficacy and quality of medical products that hit the patients, that reach the patients. But it's crucial to also note that inefficient regulatory systems can also hinder access. So this brings me to my favorite slide. Okay, I'm a very visual person. So if you look at the person on the left side, that's my image of a manufacturer, and the person who's like sort of having its hand under the chin is my sort of image of the regulator. But really what I'm trying to depict here on this slide is that regulators and manufacturers are two sides of the same coin. And it's this synergy that's really essential. While regulators set these standards, it's up to us as manufacturers to bring them to life and get the devices to the market. And it's together that we are committed to that one ultimate goal that's on the slide, right? That to have timely access to safe, effective, and quality medical devices for our patients. And I have to say that we need to innovate our regulations just the same way that we end up innovating our products as the technology continues to advance. If I had time, I would give you examples, but okay, moving on. Our roles might be distinct, but our responsibilities intersect. And again, just reiterating that ensuring safety and efficacy of medical devices is our shared responsibilities. Governments craft policies, keeping them flexible to accommodate rapid technological advancements. As Dirk was saying earlier, it's all about that iterative process, because we have to keep improving our devices and make them better fit the population that is aimed for. And then the government's entities also need to aim for a streamlined and also pragmatic regulations. And on the other hand, as manufacturers, we shoulder the responsibility for crafting products that not only comply, but often exceed these standards. All right, so this brings me to our sort of collective call to action. With over 84 regulatory agencies around the globe, that was a really astonishing number for me. Just keeping that in mind, imagine the power of convergence. So by enhancing collaboration, adopting global best practices, international best practices, and also sharing resources. And I think this is what Democatso was saying the other day about regulators sharing their resources amongst each other. If we do all of that, then we can end up making regulatory processes more efficient. That would reduce costs and, most importantly, expedite patient access to innovative devices. It is a shared vision, and together we can make it reality. GMTA, that's the Global Medical Technology Alliance that Tanya was referencing, does have a position paper on convergence and reliance, and it is a trade association for the regional and is comprised of regional and local trade associations, and they participate heavily in IMDRF working groups. But really what I wanted to highlight here from that position paper is that at the heart of the GMTA's approach is that sort of the core foundational principles that are outlined here, which includes adoption of best practices and reliance on the established international standards and documentations. And there are a set of core tenets that are all highlighted here, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to get to that. Oh, did I advance too fast? Did I show this slide? Okay, good. I don't know. Okay, there we go. This is my last slide, and I like to end my presentation by a favorite quote of mine ever since I moved to policy, and this is from Henry Ford. Coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Thank you so much.
Shall I start? Tanya?
Go ahead, Asma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dirk and Fatima, for your great presentation. Greetings, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon to our diverse audiences worldwide. While I regret not being able to join in person, rest assured that this will not be my last encounter. I will be more prepared next time for in-person participation. So because we are running out of time, I will start my presentation about an overview of IVD, fit for purpose regulatory framework. So if you go to the next slide, please. So we'll have on the agenda introduction, then we'll go to IMDRF definition of IVD, then overview of IVD classification principles and criteria. Moving after that to conformity assessment and essential principles of safety and performance, pre-market evidence, and then post-market reporting. And then I will be delighted to take your questions at the end of the presentation. So at the start, please move to the next slide. Thank you so much. The value of in vitro diagnostics. Time to diagnosis matter. Diagnostics inform 70% of clinical decision-making at about 2% of healthcare cost. This including diagnosis, prognosis, prevention, and screening. And they are a critical part of the modern medicine, including public health. Diagnostics can play a leading role in the fight against disease and in meeting increasingly complex healthcare challenges. We should remember always that early screening means timely detection, prompt diagnosis, and immediate treatment, which can enhance the healthcare outcomes and reducing the burdens on the healthcare ecosystem in terms of workload and cost. If you go to the next slide, please. So Fatima and Dirk differentiate between medical devices and pharmaceuticals. And this slide, I would like to differentiate even more the IVD from the traditional medical devices, vaccines, and drug. IVDs are not ingested. Generally, they don't come into contact with the patient. They are not invasive. They are used on the biological samples like blood, urine, or tissue to obtain information of relevance. The risk posed by IVDs to the patient are based on the information they provide. If you move to the next slide, please. Excuse me. Here is an overview of IVD regulatory framework. As Fatima mentioned, how we can get the product into the market, I will just maybe go through it very quickly. We will look at the device, and this device should meet the definition of IVD. Then we identify the classification of medical devices. Then what is needed to ensure safety and performance? It is the essential principles of safety and performance. And how we could meet those essential principles is by using standards. Then what is needed to ensure the safety and performance of a product is by using clinical evidence, whether it is real-world evidence or clinical data, and labeling. So what is the level of the conformity assessment appropriate? There is a risk-based approach to that, and we will discuss this further as the slides progress. And at the end, we'll see the post-market vigilance and reporting procedures. If you can go to the next slide, please. For the sake of time, next slide, please. This is the IMDRF definition of IVD, although it is very crucial to emphasize on the definition of IVD. I will just say it very quick because of the time. So IMDRF defined the IVD as a medical device, whether used alone or in combination, intended by its manufacturer for in vitro examination of specimen derived from the human body, solely or principally to provide information for diagnostic monitoring and compatibility purposes. If you go to the next slide, we'll see some examples of IVD medical device, where you can see pregnancy test, instrument for sample preparation, HIV test kit, and the sample collection tubes. If you go to the next slide, there is a definition for accessory to IVD medical device as per IMDRF, and it is defined as an article intended explicitly by its manufacturer to be used together with an IVD medical device to enable the IVD to achieve its intended purpose, or to augment or extend the capabilities of the IVD in the fulfillment of its purposes. This includes software, where it is specifically intended by its manufacturer to be used with a defined automated IVD instrument, and also as an example, cleaning solution or tips and cups. If you go to the next slide, please. Next slide. I will take you through an overview of medical device classification, purpose, and criteria. And I'm sure that Regulator Rama will take you through a deep dive for the classification for IVD. Just quickly go through some certain aspects here. The regulatory control are intended to safeguard the health and safety of patient users and other persons by ensuring that the manufacturer of an IVD medical device follow specified procedure during the design, manufacture, and marketing. The risk presented by a particular device depends substantially on its intended purpose and intended user. In the next slide, please, we'll see we'll discuss the criteria. We have 4 criteria for IVD classification. The first one is intended purpose or indication of use as specified by the manufacturer. So is it used for diagnosis, aid to diagnosis, or screening? And then the second criteria, user and expertise. What type of expertise that the user has? So is it technical, scientific, or medical knowledge? So is it used by layperson or healthcare professional? And the third one one is the importance of the diagnosis. So is it the sole determination or one of several? Taking into consideration that the history of the disease or the disorder, including also the presenting signs and symptoms which can support or guide the healthcare professional on a decision. And then last but not least, the impact of the result on individual and or public health. If you go to the next slide, please. If you can see here, I will also go through it very quick. This is a 4 alphabetical classification system. As you can see, it's A, B, C, and D, where A is a low risk class, and D is the highest risk class. Here, it is a risk-based classification, and it is vital to ensure that the regulatory oversight is proportionate with the opposed risk from the device. The determination of the risk classification for IVD medical device is based on set of rules derived from those features that created the risk. And regulator Rama will be discussing in details the classification risk together with the rules. If you go to the next slide, please. The conformity assessment. So what is the conformity assessment? If you go to the next slide. So the conformity assessment is the systematic examination of evidence granted and procedure undertaken by the manufacturer under requirement established by the regulatory authority. To determine that the medical device is safe and performs as intended by the manufacturer, and therefore conforms to the essential principles of safety and performance of medical devices and IVD medical devices. So let's go to the next slide. You will understand more about the essential principles of safety and performance and the link to the conformity assessment. So a manufacturer of medical device is expected to design and manufacture a product that is safe and performs as intended. The essential safety and performance documented in the EP checklist, and it describes a fundamental design and manufacturing requirement to ensure safety and effectiveness of medical devices or IVD. The regulatory model uses the concept of recognized standards to demonstrate compliance to part of essential principles of safety and performance. If you go to the next slide, please. If you go to the next slide, please. So yes, no, please, the previous one. So there is an interrelationship between the device risk classification and the conformity assessment, which will I will explain in details in the next slide. And then adopting those, yes, remain here, thank you. So adopting the GHTF conformity assessment element so that the pre-market approval process and evidence required for a particular IVD medical device will be accepted globally. So the elements of the conformity assessment as per the GHTF would include the quality management system, system for post-market surveillance, technical documentation, declaration of conformity, and registration of manufacturer and its devices by the regulatory authority. If you go to the next slide, you will see here the relationship between the risk classification and the conformity assessment procedures and requirement. So we'll start from Class A. Class A and Class B, the manufacturer should establish and maintain a full quality management system without quality management system without design and development control. For the post-market surveillance requirement, the manufacturer should establish and maintain an adverse event reporting procedures. And then declaration of conformity, the manufacturer should prepare, sign, and maintain for Class A, while for Class B, prepare, sign, and submit to the regulatory authority. For pre-market submission, it depends on the regulatory requirements. So in many jurisdictions, for Class A, it requires only notification, while for Class B, the pre-market submission might be required. For class C and D, the manufacturer should establish and maintain full quality management system and should also establish and maintain an adverse event reporting procedures. For the declaration of conformity, the manufacturer should prepare, sign, and submit declaration of conformity to the regulatory body or the health authority. And then the pre-market submission, of course, it is required for both class C and D, while class D requires full performance evaluation. If you go to the next slide, please.
Asma, it's Tanya.
Yes.
Can I ask you to please wrap up in 1 minute? I do want to give Sarah a chance to present, and we have to finish the session at 10:20.
Okay, great. Okay, this is an overview about the pre-market evidence. Just quickly sharing that in-country testing is not recommended by IMDRF or WHO, and WHO recommendation for regulatory authority to consider the acceptance of clinical investigation conducted outside its jurisdiction. Of course, if the data are adequate and the national and global standards are met. If you go to the next slide. Reporting the post-market reporting recommendation, and this sharing the IMDRF recommendation on reporting any event of the which meets the 3 basic reporting criteria should be considered. The manufacturer become aware of the information regarding an event happened with its device, and then the manufacturer's device associated with an event. The event led to one of the following outcomes: death, serious injury, or no death, no serious injury, but the event might lead to death or serious injury if the event recurs. I just wanted to highlight also that the complaint is a general term. Not all the complaints should be reported. It is the responsibility of the manufacturer to document all the complaints, investigate and report as necessary to the healthcare, to the health authority. If you go to the next slide, will be my last slide. And this is a recommendation by WHO in order to strengthen the regulatory capacity for oversight of medical products globally. WHO encourages international cooperation among regulatory authority in all its forms, including convergence, harmonization, information and work sharing, reliance and recognition. And I think we are sharing the same. We are talking the same language. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm very honored to discuss this with you afterwards. Thank you so much, Tanya, and over to you.
Thank you, Asma. Over to you, Sarah, and apologies that we have to rush you, but we do have to finish the session at 20 past, after which we'll hear from Rama. And then if you have any questions for any of the speakers, please ask them during lunch. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you so much. If you could please put it into slideshow mode. Okay, I'm going to try and go through this very quickly. SALDA, the Southern African Laboratory Diagnostics Association, we are a unified voice around IVDs and a collaboration of multinational and local companies who distribute IVD tests and equipment. We have a constitution and operate under code of ethics. Just quickly to show you our board, which represents our different member companies. And just to talk a little bit about our vision and our mission. Sorry. Something happening with the slides. Okay, let me just use my own slide while you're getting that sorted out. We believe IVDs are key contributors to support and broaden universal healthcare coverage in resource-limited settings and environments. So some of our activities involve industry representation, engaging with various stakeholders, looking at the regulatory and legislative advocacy. And the focus, I think, of this meeting is regulatory aspects. Aswa has already spoken about the value of RVD, so I'm not going to dwell about that quite as much. If you look at our stakeholder engagement, I think we work with various stakeholders in the industry. Okay, and there are some of them. I think my time is very short, so I can't focus on that today. Okay, I think we have spoken about the RVD process, how critical it is to have various. Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, we've spoken a lot about the value of diagnostic information, but I think 4 key elements that we need to focus on are the patients, where we're looking at patient focus, the healthcare providers, the healthcare professionals, and the healthcare systems, and how they interact. This will become very important as we work to national health insurance coverage in South Africa as well. Think this, okay. So just to highlight one important area, I think there's a problem with the slides again. They're not moving as intended. Go back one, please. No, go back. Go back, yeah. Back. Okay, thank you. All right, so one key area for an RVD perspective in South Africa is to look at who our key stakeholders are and people who we supply and distribute RVDs to, and those are laboratory environments where we have public, private, academic, as well as basic research and development facilities. Regarding the different standards, there are a number of standards that we focus on from the South African perspective and related to our South African National Accreditation System, ISO 15189, good clinical laboratory practice when we're working on clinical trials, testing and measurement laboratories where the focus is on ISO 17025. And then for our member companies, the focus will be on ISO 13485, where we need to move to the certification by the year 2025 as designated by our regulator. If we look at challenges and opportunities, I think our main focus in this meeting is the regulatory compliance. And here we are reviewing the revised regulations as well as the fees which impact the industry, licensing, ISO 13485, as I mentioned, and also product registration, which is coming around the corner and where we did hear yesterday about the pilot as well as the roadmap. Again, we have other challenges which the industry faces, and that is detainments when it comes to import and export of products, both animal and human products. We also need to consider our footprint in Africa and opportunities to engage with other countries, as well as understanding, consolidating, and standardizing regulations and trade in each country, particularly in the SADC region, as well as focusing on lessons that we've learned from the pandemic, where we definitely had public and private partnerships. This allows us to grow the RVD industry as well, which is really important.
Sarah, can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Sure.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So what becomes even more important in the RVD industry is the pre-qualification on RVDs. In the past, we had a less structured regulatory framework, but now based on WHO, the use of RVDs are there to guide clinical decision making, and there's certain requirements that need to be in place, like the dossier review, the manufacturing site inspection, as well as laboratory evaluations before we can take products and deem them competent and compliant. Okay, I'm not going to go through that because the time is short. Post-marketing surveillance, as was mentioned before, safety, quality, and performance, all very critical once we place products on the market and is the obligation of the manufacturer. And therefore, we need strengthened post-market vigilance process to protect patients. Some of the barriers to trade and other obstacles, I just need to talk about that very quickly. At the moment, the regulations are not streamlined across the continent, and therefore, to reiterate, we do need good regulatory practices. Reliance becomes very important. We are heavily regulated under the new IVDR. We need to think about patient impact because we have a surge of antimicrobial resistance globally, and therefore we need new technologies. Also, we need to talk about access to IVDs. There are financial disparities in South Africa linked to access, i.e. rural versus urban. And also we need to focus on the WHO resolution for strengthening diagnostics capacity globally as well. We've seen the knockoff effect of COVID-19 where there's lack of testing for TB, HIV, as there was a focus around COVID. So this has led to increases cases globally of other infectious diseases as well, which impact the IVD and diagnostics market. And we also need to look in the future on where the role is for point of care testing, self-testing, as well as research use only products. My last
Sorry.
slide.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Some recommendation which we've looked at as an association and with our members. When it comes to good regulatory practice, we think it would be important to regulate only what is strictly necessary to fulfill the mandate. We need to define the practical steps to regulate and group products to reduce application costs. We also need to determine organizational capacity required at the companies, member companies, as well as the regulator, and focus on skills and capacity building. We need to also use available expertise from the industry. Look at innovation. What about reliance? We need to accept certification from selected regulators without requiring dossiers that require additional intense review. Also, it's important to look at fees required to support the planned process of registration. Important to consider SMEs and possible banding structure for smaller to medium enterprise, adjust the fees and requirements to do no harm to the sector. But I think the most important is to protect the access to IVDs for all South African patients.
Thank you. Can we all give our panel a big round of applause? That was a marathon and I think they did very well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So thank you very much. And we would appreciate if you can share your questions and take the advantage of having them all here except for Asma, so we can continue a conversation over lunch because we have a proposal for us to skip the break time because we have Asma Sethuraman from the Singapore Health Authority joining us. She has been kindly enough just to delay the starting of her presentation. So thank you very much to our panelists, and I would like to welcome Lydia for her help to moderate the next session with Rama. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Morning, everyone. Our next speaker is Rama Sethuraman. I apologize if I didn't spell your name correctly. I didn't pronounce it correctly. Is from Health Science Authority. She's going to take us through risk classification of medical devices and IVDs. She's appearing virtually. Thank you, Rama. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. Happy to join you virtually here. So my first presentation for the day will take you through the risk classification of medical devices based on the international IMDRF-based principles. So without further ado, I will jump to the presentation. Can you all hear me clearly?
Rama, it's a little bit difficult to hear you. It is kind of like coming and going. I don't know if there's a way that you get either closer to your microphone or get a headset. We can give it a try again if you wish.
Yeah. Does this work?
Much better. Much better. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
a
sure.
little bit better.
Okay, so the first part of the presentation I will take you through today is on the risk classification of medical devices. This is on non-IVD medical devices, or also referred to as general medical devices. I won't go through this definition, but it is the IMDRF definition for what constitutes a medical devices. And we all are quite familiar. It includes very diverse categories of products. So in this slide, I have tried to simplify the definition to say what constitutes medical device. So it has to be for use on humans. It could be any form, instrument, appliance, equipment, etc. It should not work by pharmacological means, just like a drug, and it should be meant for the purpose of diagnosis, prevention, monitoring, or treatment. It could be in relation to any injury, disease, or anatomy or physiological process. Or, of course, it could be for in vitro examination of for diagnostic purpose, which is specifically for IVD medical devices. And it should, or it could also be other products which could be used for sustaining life, or controlling conception, like the condoms, or for disinfection of medical devices. The reason I'm just going through this is just to reiterate the point that medical device constitutes a very diverse category of products. And then regulating these category of products is a challenge, because we need to ensure there is an appropriate level of control. You cannot apply the same level of control for a wound dressing or a band-aid and for a pacemaker or heart valves, for that example. So you need to titrate the control. And in order to do that, we need to appreciate the inherent risk present in the medical device to begin with. And then we need to titrate our regulatory control based on the risk level. So therefore, the risk classification is the backbone of medical device regulation. So what makes a product fall under a particular risk class? The key factor that drives that is, of course, the intended purpose of the medical device, and indications in the sense that in what disease condition it is supposed to be used for the particular intended purpose. And then, of course, the actual classification depends on the claims. When I say claims, it is the intended purpose and indications assigned by the manufacturer of the device for the device itself. So where do you find information on the intended use and indications? It comes from the data supplied by the manufacturer with regards to the device. Why do we go back to the manufacturer's intent? Is because any technology, for that matter, if you're talking about, for example, a laser equipment, it can do 100 things because technology has immense potential. But for each of the equipment that is based on a technology, say a laser equipment, what is the intended purpose is assigned by the manufacturer. It cannot be for the universe of functions. So they will assign an intended purpose and validate that equipment for that intended purpose. So that's why it falls back on the manufacturer's intent for the device. And then, of course, the labeling or the instructions of use for the device itself. Then, like as I said, the level of regulatory control should increase with the increase in the degree of risk. So I just give here some examples, and the controls is proportional to the risk class of the device. So where do you find the risk classification information? Of course, there's the IMDRF guidance. I have the link on my slide here. And then HSA's guidance on risk classification also is very closely aligned to the IMDRF risk classification principles. And we also have an online medical device tool, risk classification tool. So it's open for use for public. So you can just go and access this link and answer some questions on your medical device, and the tool will give you an indication of the risk class of your medical device. This HSA had created specifically to help companies to understand and use the rules more effectively. And this is also open for any regulators who want to assess this. Then what we also have done is that like I said, our risk classification rules are largely aligned to the IMDRF risk classification principles. But for ease of use, we have broken the rules into decision trees. And then These are like decision flow diagrams, which are available in our guidance in the appendix. And you can go through the thought process through using this decision flow to arrive at what would be the risk classification of medical device. Some of us, especially engineers, are very tuned to risk classification, like this kind of decision and flow diagrams. If that helps, you could always use this appendix, or you could just use the risk classification tool, or simply go through the rules in the guidance documents. So to start off with the risk classification rules, we've broken this down into segments and pieces for ease of following. The rules 1 to 8 in the risk classification system is more applicable for non-invasive and invasive devices. In the sense, it can apply to all devices, but it's based on the principles of how invasive the medical device is, whether it is non-invasive or invasive to a certain extent. So if you go into the rules itself, the rule 1 in the IMDRF, it talks about whether the device is in contact with injured skin or is intended as a barrier. So this is more in the context of wound dressings, could be simple surface wound dressings to something more complex, like which has secondary intent, like it can also have certain substances that can facilitate wound healing, not just a simple barrier dressing. So this is the rule 1 largely is applicable to this category of products. A simple surface covering barrier would be a lower risk class, but the wound dressing, if it comes with other ingredients that would promote wound healing, or if it is for secondary intent, like it's for packaging for diabetic wounds, etc., then the risk class may go up. So that's rule 1 for you. Then the rule 2 of the IMDRF list classification is meant for medical devices that are used for channeling or storing liquids or gases, and those that are used for eventual infusion or administration. In short, this rule is used for largely the infusion sets or administration sets that are used for delivering liquids or substances into the human body. And like you see in the risk classification rule on the screen, we start with whether it is such a device. If it is simple infusion channeling device, it could be a class A. But if it is device connected to an active medical device like infusion pump, etc., the risk classification may go higher. But then similarly, if it is in relation to blood bags or for channeling of body fluids for infusion, also the risk class is B. But then blood bags are a higher risk, class C. So that's rule 2 for you. Rule 3 goes one step further than just not channeling and channeling the liquids, but it could be more that the administration system or the set could include components that can help to modify the biological or chemical composition of the liquids prior to infusion. So especially those that are involved in biological or chemical composition modification, like, for blood processing and all that, the risk class can go higher to a class C. But if it is just a simple filtration or centrifugation kind of a device, which doesn't add anything or change the composition, but you would just do some filtration to remove particulates, for example, then it could be a class B. Or it could be like infusion solutions, warming and all that. Then where the temperature is slightly modified, it could be a class B. So that is rule 3 for you. So for any device which is not under rule 1, 2, 3, then if it is a simple device, then it could fall under rule 4, where 1, 2, 3 doesn't apply, and it will be a class A. Of course, like I will share further, you will have to look at all the applicable rules for the device. And if none of them apply, then rule 4 can be considered. If any other rule applies and the device falls into a higher risk class, then it will no longer be class A under rule 4. Then after the 4 rules that I mentioned, which are more non-invasive medical devices, now we are moving on to invasive devices, in particular surgically invasive devices. Rule 6 is for surgically invasive devices that make a transient contact or transiently invasive, which is for a very short duration. the rule 7 is applicable for short term, which is longer than transient invasiveness, but then lesser than long term. In my subsequent slides, I will explain this further. And rule 8 is applicable for long-term invasive medical devices. And as the duration of invasiveness increases, then the device risk class will also go up. Then what is transient is also very well clearly defined. For transient, we are referring to medical devices that are in contact for less than 60 minutes with the human body. For short term, anywhere between more than 60 minutes, but less than 30 days. And long-term devices are those that would remain in contact for more than 30 days with the human body. Of course, there is also a little bit of a catch here. For example, feeding tubes and urethric catheters, we change it periodically from the patient, but a same device, a new piece is inserted. So in that cases, it would be taken as long-term because the cumulative contact for the same medical device exceeds 30 days. So that's how the risk classification rule works. So in this diagram, you're just trying to summarize. So first you ask whether your device is invasive or non-invasive. If the device is non-invasive, then you go by rules 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the contact could be skin contact or it could be broader. Then if the device is invasive, then you would consider if it is invasive through body orifice. Body orifice is a natural opening in the human body. As well as those on the surface of the eyeball, and it's or any permanent artificial opening. So it's like something that is not created to make the device invasive. And in this case, if it is invasive through the oral cavity as far as pharynx and is an ear canal up to eardrum, then that is another consideration. But if it is through rest of the body orifices, then it is the separate section of the rule 5 will apply. If the device is surgically invasive, rule 6, 7, 8 comes into play like I discussed earlier. However, kindly note that if it is surgically invasive and it is meant to be in contact with the central nervous system, or if it is intended to correct any defects in the heart or central circulatory system, then the risk class will be class D, which is the highest risk class. But if the invasiveness is with the context of rest of the other body parts, then you will go through the process of 6, 7, 8, and also considering how long is the contact and the nature of the contact. So that's how the rules should be applied. Then moving forward with the risk classification rules, rules 9 to 12 are considered when the device is active device. When we say active medical device, it could be electrically powered devices or those devices that work by conversion of energy. In short, what we mean is that the operation of the device is not generated directly the human body, means in the human body, or it is not due to gravitational force. So it is either by electrically powered devices or by conversion of energy, like from chemical energy to heat energy, etc. So for active devices, again, there are few categories. One is active therapeutic devices. Therapeutic devices are those that are used in treatment of any disorder, disease, function, etc. Active diagnostic devices are those that are meant for diagnostic function, like for example, your X-ray, CT, etc. And then active devices that are intended to exchange substances with the human body. More particularly, these are like, for example, drug delivery systems or for radiation treatment, etc. And last but not the least is other active devices, which means anything that does not fall under active therapeutic, active diagnostic, or the third bullet, which is active devices that exchange substances, then the other rule on other active devices will become applicable. So breaking it down further, so if your active device is administers or exchange energy, Then it could be either Rule 9 or Rule 10, which is active therapeutic, like your hearing aids, etc. Active diagnostic, like I said, like the MRI, CT scanners. If the device is meant for administering or removing medicinal products, etc., then your Rule 11 will apply. And finally, other active devices, for example, your hospital beds will be under Rule 12. So under active therapeutic Rule 9, if the device simply administers or exchange energy and works for a therapeutic function, highly likely it would be a class B. But then if the same thing is performed in a potentially hazardous way, so when does that happen? So for example, if you're talking about high power laser equipment that are used in treatment, or if you're talking about electrosurgical generators, these are high power generators, which are very critical. Or it could be like, for example, defibrillators, which are meant for functioning of the heart. So for these kind of more potentially hazardous applications, the device risk class could go up to a class C. If not, it is a class B. Similarly, under active diagnostic devices, which is Rule 10, it could be devices like, for example, which illuminate with infrared light or visible light. So, for example, if you are using surgical lights or examination lights, which is just illuminating, then it would be a class A. But then if it if it works by supplying ionizing radiation, for example, X-rays, radioisotope containing devices, or, the CT scanners, etc., the risk class can go up to a class C. And then when we say potentially hazardous manner, it refers to the characteristics of the device. So like I said in Rule 9, if the active therapeutic device works in a potentially hazardous way, we are talking about the attribute of the device, please note. So not the competence of the user. It doesn't depend on who is the user, but largely the technology itself and how hazardous it can be. So for example, if you're talking about electrical energy, those like external defibrillators or high frequency electrosurgical generators are higher risk. But if it's a TENS machine, like it's a transcutaneous electrical impulse, the risk class may be lower. Similarly, in ultrasound energy, lithotripters, which are used for example, people with kidney stones, these equipment are used to break down these kidney stones. Then the risk class goes up because you need an accurate generation of the power and for breaking down the stones. And if you're talking about diagnostic ultrasound, the risk class may be lower, but it's a class B at least. Similarly, in terms of light energy, if it's a surgical laser, high power class 3 lasers, the risk class will be higher. But then if you're talking about intense pulse light, IPLs, etc., or very simple dental curing light, the risk class will be class A or B. So this is what we mean when we say it depends on the characteristics of the device, the risk arising from the device technology itself or the design itself. The next slide on Rule 10, we're talking about active diagnostic devices, where we say the rule talks about measures vital physiological processes, so which could include respiration, SpO2, for example, or it could be blood gases, it could be heart rate, blood pressure, etc. So these are typically vital physiological processes. But then if such measurements are made in a general non-critical conditions like routine checkup or is like a self-monitoring, the risk class may be class B. But when such measurements are made in critical conditions, so for example, live monitoring during surgery, intensive or emergency care patient monitoring, alarms, patient monitors with alarms, or continuous monitoring for sick patients and all that, then the risk class can go higher to a class C. So that's how the interpretation goes. So let's go for some examples here. So if we have an oxygen saturation, pulse rate, or a blood pressure monitor, so how do we determine the risk class? First is we need to check what are the claims. Claims in the sense what we're meaning is the assigned intended purpose and the usage indication from the product owner or the manufacturer of the device. So if it is indicated for patients in critical condition. So it's like, for example, it is equipped with alarms for use in ambulance, for intensive care units, then the risk class can go up to a class C. Similarly, that there is also another factor, whether there is invasive monitoring or it's a non-invasive monitoring. So for example, sensors attached to intact skin, or if it is through peripheral blood vessels. So the risk class can be A or B. So if it's just the patch electrodes on skin contact, the electrode itself, the risk classification will be class A. But if it is an electrode that is placed in the peripheral blood vessel, it's invasive, then the risk class can go up to a class B. So usually we will consider the device, and all the relevant risk class rules have to be applied, and the outcome of the risk class has to be compiled, and overall the highest risk class outcome will be applicable. Why I'm saying that is that the rules are generally written in terms of principles. So for a same device, more than one risk class rule may be applicable. Then the manufacturers should apply all the applicable rules and get the outcome of the risk class. And the highest risk class outcome will be the risk class assigned to the device. So because that would allow you to consider all the applicable risk related to the device and not ignore any of the risk concepts for the device. So like I shared earlier, so this is the decision flow I was talking about and how you apply these in terms of the context of the medical device. So like I said, if you have a medical device like those patch electrodes I said, so you will go through, it doesn't apply, it's not a wound dressing, barrier compression, it is not for channeling, it is not, does not modify, then you will go to rule 4 and it would be a class A when 1, 2, 3 doesn't apply. Similarly, you will do also for risk class rule 7 and 8. This is how the decision flow, like I mentioned in our HSA guidance appendix. So for example, surgically invasive device, if it is meant for short-term use, which is less than 30 days, it can be a class B. Unless it is used for administering medicinal products, then the risk class can go up. Undergoes chemical change within the body, then again the risk class can go up. Similarly, if it supplies ionizing radiation, the risk class can go up. So something like that. So our guidance breaks up into a decision flow. So it's easy for people to use the risk class rules instead of going and reading all the rules verbatim. So similarly, if you're talking about a long-term use device, it is likely that it's a class C, unless you are this long-term implant. So for example, is to be placed in the teeth, it can be a class B. Or if it is used in direct contact with the heart or central circulatory system or central nervous system, the risk class can go to class D. So something like that. So you go to a decision flow and logically apply the principles. So this part I went through. The next one is about rule 11. If the device is intended to administer or remove medicinal products, which is drugs or pharma, or body liquids, then it can be a class B. But then if it is done in a potentially hazardous manner, then it can go to a higher risk class, which is class C. So in this rule, when we say potentially hazardous manner, the factors that is considered is whether what kind of substance is being administered, whether it's a saline, whether it's an analgesic, or you're talking about insulin, chemotherapy, drugs, etc. You will also have to consider which body part is involved, whether it's into the systemic circulation or whether it's just a surface microneedles, for example. And then whether it is intravascular administration, intraperitoneal, enteral, etc. So all these factors have to be considered in determining whether the administration is a potentially hazardous one, and in that case, the risk class can go up. Then after you've gone through the 9, 10, 11, so it's an active diagnostic, active therapeutic, or an active device used for administering substances. If it doesn't fall under any of these categories, such an active medical device under Rule 12 and could be a Class A. For example, hospital beds, wheelchair, powered equipment for processing or viewing diagnostic images, etc., dental curing lights, etc. After going through these 11th rule and the 12th rule where it talks about all other active devices, there are 5 other rules that we have to pay attention to. First is a rule on combination product, which is a medical device, which also includes, for example, a drug in an ancillary role. So, for example, stent, which also has a drug-eluting function. So, it's a drug-eluting stent, then it could come under the combination product rule. But if it's a simple bare metal stent, it will go under Rule 8, which is for long-term implant surgically invasive device. So that's how you apply the risk class rule. So when you talk about a drug-eluting stent, the Rule 8 will also apply because it is an invasive device and it is for implantable. It is an implantable, long-term implantable. And if that stent is meant for peripheral vasculature, does not touch central circulatory system, it could be a Class C under Rule 8. But then when it comes to Rule 13, if it has a drug-eluting function, Rule 13 would apply and straight away the risk class will be Class D. So that's how you will use the risk classification principles. Similarly, Rule 14 is meant for devices which contain biological origin material. So, for example, it's non-viable, not a living cell or what, but it's more biological material. So, for example, heparin coated dressings or heparin coated scaffolds, etc. So, heparin is a biological substance. The risk goes up because the biological safety principles are applicable. Hence, the risk could be higher. That would be under Rule 14. Rule 15 is meant for sterilizers and disinfectors that are used for disinfecting medical devices. And Rule 16 is applicable for contact lens solutions. And last but not the least, Rule 17 is applicable for contraceptives. So coming into Rule 13, like I said, if the medicinal product is present in the medical device, so a drug-coated stent, if it is intended to assist the function of the device, but however, the primary function should still be achieved by the medical device, which is stent. The primary function is to open up the vessel. The drug included, it supports the function and reduces the restenosis or reclosure of the vessel. So it is supported. So the primarily it is still a medical device, but the risk class will be highest risk class, which is Class G. Other examples include silver compounds incorporated wound dressings, drug-eluting balloon catheters, dermal fillers, which include anesthetics like lignocaine, etc. So these are typically under Rule 13 and would be the highest risk class device. The intended use of the medicinal product incorporated may always not be same as that of the drug when used alone. Like for example, aspirin we all know is meant for pain relief, but there are stents which have certain modified aspirin derivatives, and the combination aspirin coated is to promote the tissue healing after the implantation of the stent, not really for pain relief. So sometimes the drug may be used for slightly a different purpose when it is used alone, but when it is used with the device, the function may be different. So this is something that we need to be mindful of, and this has to be taken care of by appropriate clinical data. Similarly, like I said, biological substances, this is a picture of a heart valve. So this has bovine tissues here, non-viable bovine tissues. And then the risk is you have to tackle disease transmission via BSE risk and all that. So that's why the risk classification of these biological material devices goes up to Class G. Similarly, like I said, Rule 15, it is for disinfection or sterilization of medical devices. So washer disinfectors, autoclaves, etc. If it is not meant for endpoint disinfection, that means you just use it to disinfect, but after this, you would still subject the device to further disinfection then the risk can be class B. But you are going to do a disinfection or sterilization, and after this, the device is going to be directly used, for example, in surgery. The risk class of the sterilizer or the disinfector would be higher, which is class C. Again, the risk we are considering is risk of disease transmission. If the sterilization equipment doesn't work well, the instruments are going to remain infected, and that could lead to risk of patient infection and even death if it is high-risk surgical procedures. Similarly, contact lens solutions, it could be intended for disinfecting, rinsing, hydrating contact lens, and this rule assigns a risk class of class C. The risk that we are trying to tackle here is risk of infection or irritation of the eye arising from improperly disinfected contact lenses. And the efficacy of the contact lens solution is important in ensuring safe use of contact lens. The last rule that we are talking about, Rule 17, is for devices that are meant for prevention of conception or contraception devices, or those that is meant for preventing sexually transmissible diseases. So what we are talking about here is condoms and intrauterine contraceptive devices. If the device is meant for transient or short-term use like condoms, is class C. But if you are talking about intrauterine devices, implantable, then the risk class could be class D. There are also some intrauterine devices which are drug coated. Then both Rule 17 and Rule 13 will be applicable, but it would be class D under both risk class rules. So in a nutshell, to sum up, the risk class is determined by the intended purpose assigned by the manufacturer to the device. And then, like I said, the highest possible applicable class will be applicable to the device, because more than one rule may be applicable to the same device. We are supposed to apply each of the rule, arrive at the risk class, and considering all of these, whatever is the highest risk class decision you get, that would be the risk class rule applicable. And then risk class should not be just blindly determined by, okay, all catheters, roughly what is the risk class, and just follow. Doesn't work that way, because sometimes the same catheters, different manufacturers may have different design attributes, composition, and assign different purpose. One catheter may be for peripheral vessels, and another one may be for use in contact with central circulatory system. So the technical characteristics of the device has to be carefully considered. Similarly, example here, two sutures may have same composition, but may have different intended purposes. So the correct steps to risk classification, product owners or the manufacturers, legal manufacturers, intended use and indications have to be considered. Then understand the attribute or the characteristic of the device, whether it is non-invasive, whether it's invasive, whether it's active, and then whether the additional rules, any of those would be applicable to the device. Then apply all the relevant rules, and then the highest risk class outcome will be the final risk classification assigned to the medical device in question. So like I say, if it's a catheter, if it is for transient use, it can be class B. Then like I said, Rule 6, surgically invasive transient use, class B. But then unless if it is meant to be directly placed into the superior vena cava, which is the central circulatory system, then the risk class will go up to a class D. Unless come down to say intended to diagnose, monitor, or correct a defect of the heart or central circulatory system, then it is a class D. So this is how the risk classification decision flow works. Similarly, if it is an EEG monitor, it's an active diagnostic device. If it is just to characterize seizures, it's a class B, right? So if it's for active diagnosis, then it is for class B. But then if it is going to be an EEG device with electrodes which are directly implanted into the brain itself, because it is used in contact with CNS, it would become a class D here. So that rule, the decision flow goes down, and you say use in direct contact with the central nervous system, it's a class D. So that's all for this segment. I will stop here to see if there's any further questions or clarifications.
Thank you, Rama, for your comprehensive presentation on classification. I see now we have already passed our time for tea. I'm not sure if we could take question now, and can we take them after tea?
Probably we could have some questions now, and then we continue with the other session, and we'll have questions also for that. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of like a little bit too much of information.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We can take questions.
Rama, thank you very much for the presentation. My name's Simone. I'm the chairperson of MDMSA, the Medical Device Manufacturers Association, and also a local manufacturer. My question is probably not directed to you, but maybe to the regulator. We have 90% imports, and some of them are FDA, and they don't follow this classification route. And their documentation and their approvals will all be in line with the FDA CFR processes. So how would we manage classification in that term? Because the manufacturer decides what the class will be, and FDA only have 3 classes. They have
Okay,
one,
that's a
two.
good.
I mean, yeah, thank
Yeah,
you.
understand. Thanks for the question. That's a good one. But I mean, I cannot talk about FDA's risk classification, but what I can share is our experience in HSA. So for Singapore, we are also a largely importing market. So very similar situation. And majority of our devices, 50-50, comes from US and Europe. So there's both devices being imported from the US and also from Europe. So our circumstances is pretty similar in that sense. So when we okay, so tomorrow I have my colleague, my boss, Wei-Jun will be talking about our reliance, because we also have a lot of reliance-based approaches for our pre-market. In a nutshell, my answer is that, of course, FDA's risk classification is different, but for European system, there's a lot of similarity to the rule-based and IMDRF. But having said that, how we go through use this is that risk classification is not just only for the pre-market process. It is also for overall what kind of regulatory oversight you want to have for a device. So let me explain myself. In Singapore, we assign class A, B, C, D risk class to all medical devices, irrespective of where the devices are coming from. It really depends on the merit of the device. And then we titrate our regulatory oversight based on the risk. So what do I mean? For the lowest risk class, class A devices, because we all have limited resources. So for class A devices, we do not subject them to a full-fledged pre-market review, irrespective of whether the device is coming from which part of the world and irrespective of what is their classification in those jurisdictions. So if it is a lowest risk in Singapore, the devices are going through a self-declaration pathway. The manufacturers are required to notify a device onto our online database, and they can go ahead and supply. But when there are post-market issues, so post-market adverse event and field safety corrective actions recalls are required to be reported by law. So when we have a post-market situation, then we will step in, and then we will ask for more information, and we will do our assessments at that point. So for lowest risk, there's no pre-market oversight. Then going up the ladder, if it is a class B, we do review, but we do leverage existing approvals, but we may do only limited review or assessment for those devices. Vis-a-vis, if it is a highest risk class device, we would subject them to greater scrutiny. So irrespective of the source of the device, we apply the controls based on our risk class in our jurisdiction. But point taken, sometimes there is a bit of a challenge. A device may fall under class B or say sometimes class C in Singapore, but then the same device may be a class 2 in FDA. But that doesn't matter because the fundamentals of the clinical evaluation and evidence are still applicable irrespective of the risk class. But our regulatory control and how much of oversight we will still titrate based on the control in our jurisdiction, but we will accept the validation data set that was submitted to FDA as a class 2. but most of the circumstances is that the data will still be reasonably applicable, but where we need additional information or there are gaps, we may ask for further information. But that's really in exceptional circumstances where we see a situation that for FDA, they do substantial equivalence, but then the claims for Singapore, there's something that's different, or we are concerned about certain specific validation or a population specific information, then we may ask for more. So just because our risk classification is different doesn't always mean that the regulatory oversight is entirely different. I hope I answered your question, but there are situations where it does create some challenges, but we handle it based on a pragmatic way to see what the device is and what is the dossier or validation package with FDA. We take into consideration that and then work based on that. Yeah.
Can I just can I just make a quick comment and sort of add more to what Dr. Rama was saying? This is Fatime from Medtronic. And what I want to say is that even though FDA has a 3-tier device classification and most of the other regions have a 4-tier classification, as Dr. Rama was covering, you could still draw parallels between them. And I can promise you that you will not be able to find a situation where, let's say, FDA, what is considered an FDA class 3, which is the highest risk, would be a class A, low risk in another region, or class B in another region. So for the most part, and I would say almost always, I should say, you are able to draw parallels. And when it comes to the sort of the regulatory oversight and the, how stringent those regulatory requirements are, I can speak on sort of from the US perspective, US FDA perspective, based on my personal experience, is that it doesn't matter what pathway it is, they still have really stringent regulatory requirements, right? Whether it's your 510K, your PMA, or even for those that are exempt, because FDA still has general controls and special controls in place that as a manufacturer, we have to conform to, we have to comply with. Because if they knock on our door, if the inspectors come and knock on our door, we better have all of those in place and show them that, yes, we meet the bar. But really, it comes to like having that sort of a risk-based framework, because as a regulator, even though they have over 2,000 people in Center for Devices, but you cannot boil the ocean, right? So what they do is they have that risk-based approach, and they do not sort of ask for active regulatory submissions in order for those lower risk devices to go to the market. Just like what Dr. Rama in HSA was sort of saying, and that they do for Class A and Class B, they do not, if I say it correctly, Dr. Rama, you do not ask for sort of a prior approval so the manufacturers go to the market. But again, the point that I wanted to make is that it doesn't matter the differences, you can draw parallels between the different classification systems. Thank you.
Thanks, Fatima, for that. Yeah, I totally agree. So like I said, I can't speak from FDA's standpoint, and thanks for sharing the viewpoint. But our experience is quite aligned to what Fatima shared, which is that we haven't had a circumstance where, she said, we are a class A and FDA is class 3. It never happens that far. The risk class can be slight difference. Just typically, the class 2 FDA could be probably a class C or a B in Singapore. And similarly, class 3 could be some class C, but majority class D. So it's just there about the risk class is not drastically different that you're going to ask for something out of the world in one country over the other. So the requirements are broadly aligned. And for Singapore, yes, class A, we do not have a pre-approval process. For class B, we have a risk titrated approach also in place. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rama, I have 2 questions from people who are on virtual. One is, are diagnostic used in veterinary sector also called medical device, or the definition of medical device is only applicable to humans?
Only to humans, like my slide where I had broken down the definition into simple terms I shared. It is only those that are meant for use in humans are regulated as medical devices in Singapore. Yeah.
Okay, another one, what about the barrier ointment for healing skin from irritation that have a complementary active ingredient? Where will it fall globally is a medical device. What about, I think this is for us, what about here in South Africa? Okay. I think this will be, Dr. Dimakat was gonna talk about classification.
If I may answer the question, and we cannot answer a question about a specific product without information. So for me, hence I'm saying I cannot answer this question now because I don't have any information related to the product for me to make any decision. And another point is that it's the responsibility of the manufacturer to know what product they want to put in the market, whether it's a medical device or it's a complementary product. They have done, I will assume, a risk assessment has been done on the product. When you're looking at the information that's required to your design and development, you know what is your product intended used for. So I cannot answer that question on a particular product. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from the people in the room? Oh, Simon.
Thank you, me again. Yeah, so my second question is, most people in Europe that were 90% imports are using rules based on the MDR, which are not equivalent to the IMDRF. How is that to be managed? Thank you.
Okay, I don't disagree that there are some differences, but I think even under MDR, the risk classification rules are largely comparable to IMDRF. I would use the word largely because there's some slight differences in certain aspects. But like I said, medical device is quite a diverse category of products. So it's really impossible if you sit down and break it up to say that I have 100% same risk class in all jurisdictions or in all systems that is out there. But what I would say is that based on our experience, because we use Europe as one of our reference regulatory jurisdictions too. So we've been watching the MDR updates because it will impact approvals in Singapore. So what we've seen is that yes, there are certain specific clarifying statements added to the risk classification rules from the past. But having said that, I don't think the risk class has drastically changed. I would say over 90% has still alignment with IMDRF, but the interpretations have become more clearer in the MDR for some categories of devices. And again, it's the same thing like we answered for US FDA's risk class, that even if there is differences, what happens is that the risk class only varies by 1 point high or low. So it's not like a drastic change that what was then a class A now becomes a class B. I don't think there's been such a drastic change in terms of differences because of the MDR, to the best of my knowledge. But having said that, I said differences would exist because of the sheer nature of diversity you see in devices, but the good work that is to be done, or the best part of the classification system, is that it helps to keep the differences to as low as possible so that at least you can have a comparable risk assessment between the jurisdictions. That would be my comment. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rama, I've got one. It says, Dr. Rama, do you require importing business to have license to import products that are based on inter alia ISO 13485? Quality management system have been established, certified, irrespective of the risk class of the device they intend selling. Okay, I'm not sure. I think there was some misspelling there. So do all importers of medical device need licenses, even if they only sell class A devices?
Okay, thank you
It
for
was
the
addressed
question.
to you.
Thank you for the question. The short answer to your question is that in Singapore, we need all companies who deal with medical devices to be licensed with HSA. Licensing in our law is a mechanism to maintain the traceability and impose certain essential duties and obligations, like to keep records of the devices supplied, to keep manufacturing records, etc., on the companies. So our law does require all companies to hold a license from HSA when they deal with medical devices. But having said that, we have a risk-calibrated approach in terms of what kind of quality management system we want to see for the different companies or the dealers. So for importers, for example, importers or distributors, if they are dealing only with Class A devices, we do not require the companies to get themselves certified to quality management system like ISO 13485 or GDP. But we require under our law that they still should implement a QMS in their facility and keep records of the QMS on their end on file. But they don't have to go and get themselves certified by third party like notified bodies to GDP or to ISO 13485. This is if the company deals only with Class A medical devices. But companies who deal with Class B, C, D devices, they are required to get themselves certified to the QMS they have implemented. So that's our risk-calibrated approach. But they all require to hold license because we need to have certain level of traceability and impose certain obligations. Because even for Class A, when it comes to post-market recalls, etc., it's very important that the dealers keep the appropriate records and we can trace and quickly recall affected or ineffective medical devices. Thank you. I hope I answered the question. So it's again a risk-calibrated approach, but having said that, we still need to have the traceability in place. Yeah, it's a balance.
Thank you, Dr. Rama. We can go for grab snacks outside, and then we can still continue with second part of your presentation, Dr. Rama.
Yeah,
can continue, and then people in the room, you can just go grab some snack and come in as well as she's presenting. We are not stopping. She's just continue. You can, there are snacks outside. You can just go and grab. Thank you, Dr. Rama. You can continue.
Sure. The next part of my session will be on risk classification of in vitro diagnostic medical devices. In short, the IVD devices. The risk concept for IVDs versus general medical devices is different because in general medical device, we're talking about invasiveness in terms of contact with body parts and things like that. But now in
Dr.
vitro,
Rama?
yeah, sure.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you give us at least 2 minutes for people to go outside,
Sure.
grab something?
No
and
problem.
come back?
I'm right
Okay,
here, so you
thank
can
you.
let me know when I can start. Thank you. No problem. Thanks.
Okay, I'll do. Dr. Rama?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. We can now continue. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So I was talking about risk classification for IVD medical devices. So the risk associated with IVDs is more related to the outcome that you receive from an in vitro diagnostic medical device, which is diagnosis, or it could be screening, where it picks up a condition or identifies that the person doesn't have a condition. So in terms of inaccurate results is what is the risk of in vitro diagnostic medical device. This is a definition for IVD medical device. I just placed it here. It's from IMDRF. But then in a nutshell, how I look at IVDs is it could be used in diverse circumstances in terms of managing health of people, patient health and safety. So when we start with, it could be used in apparently healthy individuals to see whether they are susceptible to certain devices, certain diseases, or whether they are predisposed to certain conditions. Or it could be used in a asymptomatic individual, for like you're doing in screening, or it could be used for early diagnosis in some cases, like early detection of cancer, etc. It could be in people with symptoms, with a symptomatic disease state, could be used for diagnostic purposes, or it could be for prognostic purposes, like predict how the disease is going to progress, and you have to modify any interventions for a patient. And last but not the least, of course, in treatment and monitoring the efficacy of the treatment. So if you take an in vitro diagnostic product, it could be used in a range of circumstances in a patient or an individual's health status, in determining the health status and in identifying disease conditions and also effectively managing them. So that's the beauty of IVDs. Talking about IVDs, are different technologies. Is more the conservative types, which are the immunoassays. It could be NATs, nucleic acid testing, or it could be clinical chemistries. There are different examples just to begin with, and they could come in all forms, shapes, and sizes. You could have self-test like you saw in the earlier slide, rapid test. It could be in the form of like this, like a glucose monitor, for example, handheld, or it could be big instruments, apparatus, analyzers. It could have reagent cartridges, which could be slotted into these equipments, controls, calibrators, sample collectors. So there's a range of products that come under the IVD category. But to be very clear, what is not regulated as IVDs in at least Singapore context, those that are not meant for medical purpose. So for example, if your test is used mainly for research purpose only, if it's for research use only, that's not regulated as a IVD medical device. If it is meant for detection of biological warfare substances, if it's used for law enforcement like drunk diving, etc., it's for, if it is used for veterinary purpose, like someone asked earlier, if the test is for veterinary use, then it is not regulated as medical device. Similarly, general lab equipments are not medical devices, which are for, like, the science labs or research labs, etc. Then coming to actual risk classification principles itself. So in this screenshot, I have shared the IMDRF risk classification principles link to the document. We also shared the link to the HSA guidance document of risk classification. And also we have a risk classification tool for IVD medical devices. Those who are interested can scan the QR code and then play around with the tool itself. What then is the paradigm that is used to risk stratify IVD medical devices? So it goes based on what is the impact of the IVD's outcome to public health and to individual health. So for example, if an IVD result is incorrect, what would be the impact to public health? So for example, if it is an infectious disease test, like for example, in a COVID pandemic situation, if the test is inaccurate, it can lead to the faster spread of infectious disease. Or if it's a blood grouping or blood transfusion test, and then if it is tested incorrectly, then it can lead to an unsafe blood transfusion. So these are high impact public health risks. Similarly, from an individual health risk concept, it could be that if you have a test that is for identifying patients with the type of cancer, and then it identified a patient to say that this person doesn't have cancer, but he actually has, then it can lead to a delayed diagnosis of the cancer in the patient, or sometimes it could be delayed treatment, because based on the diagnosis, you're also going to follow up with the treatment. Or some cases, if it identifies a wrong marker, then it could lead to inappropriate treatment being administered. Similarly, tissue transplantation, incompatible transplantation can be of immense health risk to the individual. So basically, this is the metrics that is used in risk classifying in vitro diagnostic medical devices. So this table is just trying to put into perspective the risk class itself, again, 4 risk classes, and what is the test. So for example, if you're talking about HIV blood donor screening test, the impact to public health is very high. Individual health is also high. That could lead to risk classification of class D. But if you're talking about pregnancy self-testing, public health risk-wise is low. And then for individual, a moderate risk, so person may not detect its pregnancy, but then subsequently follow up, probably they will detect. So the risk is more moderate in that sense. So the risk classification is B. So it's just putting into perspective the risk class matrix. So how do we arrive at a risk classification? Again, boils down to the intended use or indications for use for a particular test. So whether the test is intended for use for blood donor screening or if it is for a diagnostic purpose, depends. So the risk class can vary slightly. Similarly, the medical, scientific, or the technical expertise of the intended user. So whether the test is meant for lay user or the test is meant for clinics or the medical professionals to use. Of course, then what is the importance of the result to the diagnosis, whether it's the final confirmatory test, whether it's the sole or the individual determinant, or there are going to be multiple tests to be done before confirming a diagnosis, and the test in question is just one of the multiple tests. Then the risk class can be very different. And then impact of the result to the individual or public health, like I shared earlier. So these are the considerations in assigning the risk classification. So for example, for an IVD test, you could have a professional use only test, which means it is mainly for use by trained lab professionals, or in some cases, and then typically the environment of use is in the clinical labs or the hospitals. Vis-a-vis a point of care test, where it is not used by trained lab professionals per se, but is still for use by other healthcare professionals, could be a doctor at the patient side or could be by the nurse or healthcare professionals, could be at the patient bedside. Sometimes it could also be used in clinics or in mobile clinics or facilities. Last but not the least, it's a consumer test, which is self-testing, which we saw huge application in COVID antigen test. So similar tests where the person can do it at the settings of their home. It could include even pregnancy test, blood glucose meter, etc. So in terms of blood glucose assay itself, there are different formats. So on the left, you see there are some that is used in the lab setting. The middle one is like point of care testing, and the last window shows those that are meant for self-testing purposes. So typically for IVDs, there is slightly a higher risk associated with self-testing because the testing environment could be quite diverse. It could be used in home setting. It may not be in an optimal standardized testing environment. In some of the countries where there are lower economy, medium economy countries where the testing could be done in remote places where there is high exposure to heat, to dust, to the environmental factors could be very different in some areas vis-a-vis in a controlled lab environment where the temperature can be well controlled and moderated. Also, the user could be a lay person where they may not have trained experimental skills, unlike a lab professional, may not follow the instructions for use closely, resulting in incorrect testing or in interpreting the test incorrectly. So these are considerations in terms of self-testing. So having shared the various considerations, now I will jump straight into the risk classification rules. For rule 1, this is meant for IVDs that are intended for certain specific purposes. One is devices that are intended to be used in detecting the presence of or exposure to transmissible agents, which is the infectious diseases, blood components, or cell tissue organ testing. So this typically happens prior to transfusion, right? We test the blood, whether it's already containing any infectious organisms, etc. So if the test goes wrong, you're going to have administered blood to a patient who actually didn't really have any of these infections, may now be exposed to some life-threatening infections. So that's the implication of these tests. The second bullet point is also to tests which are used to detect presence of transmissible agents which are life-threatening, or diseases which are high risk of propagation. So examples like I share here: HIV, HPV, HCV test for blood donor screening, HIV diagnostic test. In case of COVID-19 pandemic, also during the peak of pandemic, this was assigned to the highest risk class D based on Rule 1 of the IVD risk classification, at least for Singapore. Next is Rule 2. Rule 2 covers medical devices that are intended to be used for blood grouping testing. It is also for determining feto-maternal blood group incompatibility, for tissue typing. So these are specific purposes. So typically blood typing assay like ABO system and the certain specific like the KEL system, KIT system are assigned to this class D risk class here, and also tissue typing. Next is Rule 3. Rule 3 talks about, Rule 3 is quite a comprehensive rule in terms of IVD risk classification, and it lays out very specific circumstances or types of tests that will fall under Rule 3. And the risk class for these tests are typically Class C under the IMDRF rules. So, for example, I've brought up the bullet points here for ease of reference. So first is, if it is used to detect the presence of exposure to certain sexually transmitted agent, like for example, a gonorrhea infection or a syphilis infection, then it could fall under Rule 3 as a Class C. There are also tests that are meant for detecting presence of infectious agent in cerebrospinal fluid, for example, meningitis testing and all that. That will also be Class C under Rule 3. And then another bullet point covers detecting presence of infectious agents where the erroneous result would cause death or severe disability to the individual, or it could be in terms of the fetus, or for embryo in the prior to birth. So that kind of testing. So for example, there are CMV, cytomegalovirus, or for chlamydia testing, or for MRSA, which is a methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus, which is quite challenging to tackle. So these kind of tests will fall under Class C based on Rule 3. Then the next bullet point talks about if the test is used for prenatal screening of women in order to determine the immune status towards transmissible agents. Or for example, you're trying to check the immune status for rubella, toxoplasmosis in pregnant women. This will also be assigned to a Class C under Rule 3. Rule 3 continues, like I said, it's quite a comprehensive listing of rules. So the next rule, the bullet point talks about if the test is intended for determining the infective disease status or immune status, where if you have an erroneous result, it can result in disability for the patient or for the patient's offspring. Again, it's talking about CMV, HSV, herpes simplex virus test for transplant patients, etc. The next bullet point talks about oncology, the cancer screening test or diagnosing or staging of cancer. Typically, this bullet point for Singapore, at least in interpretation, will apply to more markers that are well established, not the novel cancer markers where the disease association is still not very clear cut. So the kind of markers we are talking about as Class C would be like the PSA, prostate-specific antigen, or CEA or CA125 kind of markers, which are used in various like ovarian cancer, uterine cancer, etc. So that kind of more established markers will be a Class C under Rule 3. Similarly, the next bullet point talking about human genetic testing, like for example, cystic fibrosis gene or Huntington's disease, then this would also be Class C, Rule 3. The next bullet point is talking about the tests which are used for monitoring level of medicines or biological components when the risk will lead to a patient management decision resulting in an immediate life-threatening situation. So you're going to do this test, and based on that, titrate, for example, dosage of very critical drugs or pharmacotherapies. Then those tests will also fall under Class C, Rule 3, for example, troponin, cyclosporin testing, prothrombin time testing. These are all tests that would be class C under Rule 3. Again, Rule 3 continues. As I said, it's quite a comprehensive listing of circumstances. Then if there are IVD tests which are used in management of patients who are suffering from a life-threatening disease or condition. So for example, HCV, like I said, HIV diagnosis is typically class D under the rule earlier, the rule 1-2. But then if you're talking about a HIV viral load testing, is more to see how the patient is responding to treatment. So it's more for patient management. Then it could be rule 3, class C. Similarly, in screening of congenital disorders in the fetus or embryo, so for example, detecting spina bifida, Down syndrome, etc., such tests will also be class C, rule 3. The next bullet point is for tests which are used in screening for congenital disorders in newborn babies. So if you fail to detect the condition, then it could lead to severe life-threatening situations for patients. Then for the babies, that would also be class C under rule 3. So for example, G6PD deficiency tests, etc. So those are very critical because based on that, necessary interventions have to be carried out. If not, you may result in life-threatening circumstances. That was rule 3. It's quite a bit of a comprehensive rule, like I said. I'm sure many of you may not have followed every single aspect, but my advice is rule 3 is something that we apply all the time. So if you have a test, you would want to go and look at the various bullet points described to see if your test falls under any of those categories that would lead to a class C risk classification of the IVD. Next in line is rule 4. Here I have not used the IMDRF screenshot, but I have more used our HSA flow, which is easy for me to explain. But the principles are largely aligned to how IMDRF works. So if it is a self-testing IVD, which is like, for example, blood glucose testing, they will be class C. Similarly, blood gas for near patient use is a class C. But unless if the test does not detect a medically critical status and it's just a preliminary test, like a pregnancy test, then it can be a class B. So that's how this rule is defined. The next rule in IVD risk classification is rule 5, which is more in the context of reagents that are used in examination related to IVD. So for example, specimen receptacles, blood collection tubes, or instruments which are used in IVD. So for example, a DNA sequencer or a PCR machine alone would be a rule 5 class A. Then moving on to rule 6. Any IVD that is not covered from rules 1 to 5 would typically fall under rule 6. And typically, this would be a class B. So you're talking about, for example, your clinical chemistry tests that you do for clinical lab tests. Those, if you have gone through the rules with me or followed me, you would see that it would not fit under any of the 5 rules that I have explained. So it would typically be a class B under rule 6. And this would be for low public risk circumstance and means like not like infectious diseases and all that. So typical assays would be like urine analysis test strips, electrolyte testing like chemistries, or Helicobacter pylori test, which would be a class B. Then going on to the last part, which is the rule 7. The rule 7 in the IVD risk classification is dedicated to controls that don't have any quantitative or qualitative assigned values. So in the sense that we have a lot of controls which are used in terms of clinical chemistry, urine analysis, etc. But they may not have a value assigned, but you just use them as part of the testing. It would be a class B. But where there is specific assigned value, so for example, there are HIV controls that are used with specific values assigned, and you would use them to standardize the test to ensure the accuracy of the diagnosis. So if it's a HIV, which is a class D, such controls will also be class D. But if it is controls for use in tests that are assigned to a lower risk class, then the risk class will follow the analyte's risk classification. So that's how the controlled values are considered. So now, again, like I shared, for the general medical devices or for the non-IVD risk class rules, when you have an IVD, you have to consider all the 7 rules. And then sometimes if you have multiple intended purpose, then multiple rules may apply. So you will apply all the risk class rules. And then depending on the highest risk class rule, the risk classification will be assigned. So now for blood glucose meter, for example, it would be a class C under rule 4. And then because you could be the sole determinant based on which a patient could adjust their insulin dosage, which is very critical, and it can be class C. But then a pregnancy test, like I said, is a preliminary test. Then you would still go back to a clinic to follow up if you have certain specific symptoms. So based on that, it's a class B. So typically some factors you will consider whether it's a B or C is whether your test is a critical or a sole determinant, or whether it is to be used as one of several determinants. So that ends my presentation per se for IVD risk class. Now I'll open up for any questions or queries that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rama, for your comprehensive presentation. Even the first session, it was quite comprehensive. Any questions from the room?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Rama. Thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation. Just a quick one in terms of, I mean, we've seen this morning the initial distinction from pharma, medical devices, IVDs, and now the different classifications. What I'm not picking up maybe from your presentation is the categorically calling out companion diagnostics, right? And I don't know whether you have a I suppose they would fall under a particular rule or class within. And would there be a advantage in maybe standardizing in terms of calling it out? And would there be any additional pathway that would need to be considered when it comes to those type of devices? Thank you.
That's a very good question. Thanks for the question. So for Singapore, in our HSA guidance document, I think in the recent edition of the IMDRF risk class also, it is included as part of the descriptors and the calling out as an example for the companion diagnostic situation. But I don't have the exact text here with me. Sorry about that. But for Singapore, I can share. So our risk classification guidance, we have that as one of the examples, and companion diagnostics will still fall under our Rule 3 ambit, and usually the risk classification assigned to companion diagnostics is a class C. In our HSA guidance, we do call it out as an example. Yeah, I think I just wanted to share that. But that was a very good point. So when we say class C, but then it also depends, like in terms of assessment of companion diagnostics, there are different models how regulators do that. For Singapore, we assign them to a class C. The diagnostic component is evaluated by us, which is our medical devices team. And then the drugs itself is under the evaluation of a pharma team who review the drugs. But then for us, we do not force that both of them have to come for registration together. We are quite flexible and open. Manufacturers may come to register their diagnostics with us, but the pharma may come for registration down the road and vice versa. But what we do in our review is that the information on how to use the test is comprehensively presented in the IFU or the product insert of the respective products. So that's how we manage companion diagnostics. Hope that's helpful. If you have any specific questions, you can send it by email to us and we'll be happy to address further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the room? Okay, thank you, Rama. I think we'll go to our next speaker. Oh, you have.
People on the... Okay, my question is, what is the purpose of a classification? What is the end point? I have an idea of what it is, but I'd like to hear what you have to say, just so that people can also understand why have a classification. With medicines, we've got Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, all based on pharmacological classification. And obviously, you've got different dispensing requirements there. But what is the purpose of the classification? Thank you.
Okay, I can answer that, like how we apply risk classification. I can probably I will touch it from our experience in HSA rather than talking about the broader ideology of it. Like I said earlier, it's a diverse category of products. So it helps us to titrate how much of regulatory oversight we want to have on the different categories of products. So like I said, the lowest risk, we bucket all class A, we don't subject them to pre-market review, right? Similarly, when it comes to B, C, D devices, we have in our guidances a risk titrated approach. So for example, if you are the highest risk class D or a long-term implant, some high-risk implantables, then the strength of clinical evidence or amount of validation data or the information that is needed in terms of clinical evidence will be higher rather than if you are a class B medical device, and then based on that, your claims and your technologies as such. So what I'm trying to say is the regulatory requirements that we apply is titrated based on the risk class itself. So that gives a certain prudent use of our resources in terms of how much of oversight pre or post market you want to place on a medical device. I think that helps a lot in terms of contextualizing, and also not just in terms of our regulatory requirements. When we do post-market situations come up, and then when we do risk assessment in terms of risk-benefit analysis of the device and functions, these parameters of risk are still relevant in our risk assessment concept throughout. So how much of risk so for example, if you have a particular device which is having a failure, and then there are certain implications, in order for us to understand what is the risk associated and what level of intervention, whether I'm going to do a total recall or whether we have to do, say, for example, provide specific guidance or limit the use of the device to only particular use circumstances. So there are different interventions that we can take. So in coming up to that conclusions also, many a times we also apply per se not the risk class A, B, C, D, but more the principles that is applicable in coming up with the risk class. So these are different areas how we use the risk concept in terms of the context of medical devices and in determining how much of oversight or how much of controls we want in place in terms of these devices. Yeah. Thank you.
What comes to mind for me many years ago when we had the medical device directive, we had many pathways for what we called conformity assessment routes. Do you remember those? And that was where the class, we had different paths that we could actually follow in which to do our conformity assessment.
Right.
And we do know with the medical device regulations that those paths have changed somewhat. But we did have those pathways, and that was the original intention of the classification, which does also talk to risk and design controls and various other aspects as well. Thank you.
I think, that's the European side of things. Similarly, for HSA, I mean, since this presentation is not talking about pre-market, I didn't go into the details of it. We also have a risk titrated approach. We have expedited or immediate pathways for lower risk devices, very short turnaround time, shorter abridged review processes in place. We service for a class D. We don't have many of expedited options, but we do have abridged pathways. So based on the risk, we do have approval pathways in place for pre-market processes in Singapore too. But since that's not the topic of discussion, I didn't go into the details of it, but you're right. So you can titrate your oversight and interventions, be it pre-market like you had for under MDD, IVDD, and for Singapore we have, or you could also talk about your post-market interventions in understanding the risk and the technology itself. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rama. I'll now hand over to Sandra to introduce the next.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Rama, for your very insightful presentation. I'd just like you to talk a little bit about around research use only products and listings around that, because our industry has been challenged around that. And you clearly mentioned that these cannot be considered RVDs. So could we get your insights around this? Because this is creating some challenges within the industry. Thank you.
Okay, this is wholly my HSA experience I'm talking about, but the principles are broadly the current thinking and how we are looking at it. It was a huge challenge when we began with, but what we see is a natural progression from IVDs. We have an ecosystem in Singapore where there is a lot of developers and manufacturers too. So for IVDs, we have a lot of researchers who work on IVD products and all that. But then the natural progression, what we see is initially they develop a test, and then they place it as a research use only until they are confident in terms of the outcomes of the test and the performance before it is appropriately validated, clinical evaluation is done, and then it moves into an IVD. So it's a natural progression. So in terms of an IVD product life cycle, our decision is that if the IVD is clearly labeled as still not IVD, sorry, if a test kit is labeled clearly as solely for research use only, then if it is labeled as such, presented as such, then we take it that this is not for clinical diagnostic use, and based on that, we do not regulate them as an IVD medical device and our controls don't apply. But having said that, our law puts onus on the manufacturers that it has to be only supplied and used for those purposes where RUO is being supplied or promoted by the manufacturer for diagnostic use. Then our law allows us to take appropriate enforcement actions on the manufacturer. So present the product factually as RUO, promote it for only RUO purpose and supply for RUO purpose, then it falls out of our regulatory ambit.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Good morning. Most of the presentations has dealt with the interaction between the manufacturer and the regulator. In most cases, with the exception of class 1, there is a notified body or conformity assessment body involved. Could you elaborate on the interaction between the regulator and the conformity assessment body?
Sorry, it's an interesting question, but for Singapore, the problem is we do not have notification conformity assessment body. We do not outsource, but largely the conformity assessment is done by our team in HSA itself. So we do our own assessments. So I may not be the best party to really give you insights on the interaction with conformity assessment bodies. But the only touch point where for HSA Singapore, we have leveraged the notified body or the certification body is for our quality system audits and ISO 13485 audits, etc. So from that experience, I think the interactions are that one is as regulators, we need to have clear guidance in place, clear expectations in place before we leverage third-party auditors or certification bodies, or in your case, a conformity assessment body. So first is the responsibility of the regulators to set the expectations, the requirements, or what we expect to see when we have specific pathways or auditing principles in place. So we develop our appropriate guidelines. We have constant communication with these certification bodies whose work we leverage on. We have periodic sit-down sessions with them. Then we also receive feedback from them. And then we also have monitoring activities, like we do what we call in HSA's concept witness audits. So we have certain witness assessments on them. Is not to catch them or to find fault in them, but is to see how the system is running and where are the areas that we as regulators can improve clarity and transparency. So this is an ongoing engagement that we have with the certification bodies, but it is solely limited to quality system functions for HSA because we don't outsource our conformity assessment. But I would think the broad principles of ongoing continuous engagement, clear communications, transparency, all these would still be applicable in a conformity assessment body concept. But sorry, I cannot fully answer your question because we don't outsource that function. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess we do not have more questions here in the room. So we could really like to give a round of applause to Rama. And thank you very much for all the work that you do to support our capacity building efforts, Rama. And we're looking forward to continue having conversations with you and one way later and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to get into now the domestic regulation, and we are going to be continuing to discuss risk classification of medical devices and IVDs. And for this, I would like to welcome Kanisilin Kuku for her to share. While we were ready, probably I can make an announcement. Right before leaving the room for lunch after this presentation, we would appreciate if we can all gather here in the front of the room so we can make a group photography. So before lunch, if we can move over here. Oh, sorry, it's going to be outside. We're going to be directing you where the photo is going to be taken. Thank you, Marina.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, everyone is very dumb. Good afternoon, everyone. I mean, the previous speaker gave such a detailed presentation on risk classification. And from South Africa, I mean, if somebody had to say, Kanye will give you 1 million rand if you don't receive a risk classification question, who thinks I could win? Is industry an op? You know, the young people say op for opposition. Well, thank you everyone for coming to this workshop. Well, as a young person who's been at SAHPRA for quite some time, I really appreciate the collaborative work that industry, you know, brings to SAHPRA, the questions. Every single day, the questions that come true, they keep me busy. I mean, I look old right now, but I'm only 28 and all of you are like, what? But the speaker has given such an extensive review on risk classification. Some of the things that will come to the screen will be me repeating, but I want everyone to be mindful that we are looking at the South African risk classification, and it has been adopted from the IMDRF, or previously known as GHTF. So there will be a lot of repetition. And I hope everybody here knows the South African risk classification. Let's get a feel of hands. How many of you know the risk classification? Okay, some of you are afraid of putting your hands up. How many of you are not aware of the South African risk classification? Should I say that? Okay, there's no one. So then that means at the end of my presentation, I will be the one asking questions, because I receive a lot of questions that sometimes I ask myself, I actually don't know. But in this room that's full of experts, I will be using an opportunity. Is that okay? Okay. So I'll just give a brief background. We all know that medical devices play a major role in health systems. They are needed to address the burden of disease, economic challenges, infrastructure of many countries, including South Africa. And the regulation has become increasingly complex, as we know that the globalization of product development, production, supply, and rapid pace has changed in the context of limited financial and human resources. So as SAHPRA, we aim to utilize Reliance to make best use of available resources and expertise to avoid duplication, concentrate on regulatory efforts, resources where most needed, and promote a more efficient approach to regulatory oversight, thereby improving access to quality assured, effective, and safe medical products over the entire life cycle. A brief background. So as you can see, we're holding hands. Sometimes industry will ask, did SAHPRA thumbsuck this risk classification? And I'd ask myself, why would we thumbsuck it? Why would we do that? So for background, SAHPRA has adopted the Global Harmonization Task Force Risk Classification, which is currently now known as the IMDRF, which is the International Medical Device Regulatory Forum. And I urge each and every one of you in this room to actually go on the IMDRF website. There are numerous of documents that will be very helpful. It'll also give you a glimpse of where SAHPRA is headed, because we adopt many of our documents from the IMDRF. And I'm not sure if it was already stated, we are an affiliate member of the IMDRF. Therefore, we adopt many of their documents, and it is an international platform. So SAHPRA is using Reliance and also using international best practice. So the GHTF was established in 1993 with the purpose of harmonizing medical device laws globally. And it was disbanded in 2011. And that's when the IMDRF was conceived as a forum to discuss future directions in medical device regulatory harmonization. As you can see here, this is the risk classification. Rama has already gone through most of it, but I just wanted to provide a picture of it so you know that it comes from the GHTF and SAHPRA is using that GHTF risk classification. And with SAHPRA, we are obligated by legal provision, and by legal provision, I mean our act, thereby coming the medical device regulation, and then classification guidelines. Yesterday, a question came through from the chat where somebody was asking, are guidelines mandatory to enforce the law? And I thought, let me answer it because I am presenting on the risk classification guideline. Is this guideline mandatory? Maybe somebody could answer. I'll give it to Simone because I'm staring at her. Okay. Yes. So as you can see, we have our regulation. Currently, we are using the 2016 medical device implemented regulation, and it's in regulation 11 where it speaks of classification of medical devices. And the different classes, it's class A, which is low risk, class B, low to moderate, class C, moderate to high risk, and class D, high risk. And this is where then the guideline extrapolates and further tells you how the different risk applies and provides examples. And now we'll be going into the risk classification guideline review. Like I mentioned before, it's going to be a lot of repetitive things you've heard from Rama this morning, but please take note that I'm using it in the South African context, and with some things, there are certain risk classification of products that will be different because we are in South Africa, a developing country with its own issues like HIV, where it'll be a high-risk medical device. So we need to also take cognizance of that. In terms of the classification rules, we have the non-IVDs and the IVDs. So the most important thing to note is that the manufacturer distributor is responsible for determining the classification of the medical device. One, you need to look at the intended use of the device or IVD. Secondly, the level of risk to the patient, the user, and other person, the probability of occurrence of harm and severity of that harm. Thirdly, the degree of invasiveness in the human body. And lastly, duration of use and exposure. And as you can see, I've highlighted in red what some applicants would sometimes miss. So what it says is that once a rule-based system has been adopted, modifications may occasionally be required. For example, with true post-market experience, a level of risk for a type of medical device classified using the criteria no longer is appropriate. Consideration should be given to reclassify the device type by a change to the rules. I'll give an example. We had a mesh issue, a vaginal mesh issue that was classified as class, I think it was class C. But however, due to post-market surveillance that came in, it was a lot of reports coming in from the US FDA, we had to then reclassify it, and it was classified to a higher risk, which was class D. So as the applicant, the distributor who's sitting here, because we have a lot of distributors in South Africa, you need to also pay attention to your post-marketing surveillance reports, where your manufacturer might come back to you and say, we need to reclassify this product. Do not fight it, review it with the manufacturer and see if the motivation and basis to reclassify it should be considered. You should be the expert on your device. And I think that's something that we all need to take into consideration. And the second note is that historic knowledge of a device may necessitate a different class than the one that was assigned by the initial classification. So unlike the principles of reclassification after post-market, the principle of historic knowledge should be applied immediately when the initial classification rule yields an inappropriate results. And that's also something we need to always pay attention to. In terms of understanding the different classification rules, we all are aware that it's A to D. And there are certain things whereby that can assist you to determine the classification of your product, whereby you can obtain it from the instruction for use, the label, the original manufacturer's advertising materials, and also the technical document. And there's also a huge red note again that says that there may be medical devices or IVDs where the classification in South Africa is different to those of other countries. And there's been a few questions on the different classification in South Africa, EU, and US FDA, where comparisons were included. And I'll get into the gist of that during my presentation. So the applicant needs to take account that the South African requirements when determining the classification of the device that is supplied in South Africa. So as much as the product is imported from the US FDA, and in the US, it might be a class 1, it's important for you to then go through the risk classification guideline and see in South Africa, in which class does it fall under. And I know a lot of you might not agree with that. A lot of people are in opposition with that. But we are in South Africa. We have to use our risk classification. And also, manufacturers should consider all the classification rules when determining the appropriate classification for a device, as more than one rule may apply, and the higher classification rule should apply. We have had instances where applicants will say, no, but it should be a class B. An example I'll give is a fetal monitor, where the applicant said it should be a class B. However, when you go through the instruction for use, you find out that it does have a catheter and it is invasive. And according to the rule classification, it should be classified as class C. And when they send it back to the manufacturer confirmed the authority's classification rule to say, indeed, it is a class C and not a class B. So I urge you all to go through the full classification rules before making a decision. And the rules on our guideline, also mentioned by Rama, are separated into non-invasive, invasive, sterile, non-sterile, active, non-sterile, non-active. And the additional rules were also mentioned by Rama, like devices that are incorporating a medicine or devices for contraception or preventing sexually transmitted diseases. And for IVDs, and they're also classified as class A to D, and it is also the manufacturer or distributor's responsibility for determining the class of the IVD. The manufacturer needs to look at the intended use of the device and the level of risk to the patient and the public, taking into account the likelihood of harm and the severity of that harm. And also mentioned by Dr. Rama, identical devices may have classified differently if they are to be used for different diagnostic purposes. So we also need to be cognizant of that when you're going through your instruction for use to see what the purpose of that specific IVD is. And the application of classification use in terms of IVD also applies in terms of the higher risk classification should apply. We find it in most instances that applicants will always want to go for the lowest classification rule, but however, that does not protect you as the applicant, because then should anything happen to a patient or to the user, because you've classified it as class B, SAHPRA may not have oversight and will not know what to ask for in terms of post-market surveillance. So we also need to ensure that you do give it the highest risk classification. And also mentioned by Dr. Rama, the IVDs are separated into detection of transmissible agent posing a high public health risk, like we had with COVID-19, detection of red blood cells, antigens, and antibodies, IVD medical devices for self-testing, reagents, and instruments. And we also have other IVDs that she also went through. And now it's time for a product case study review. I hope for lunch. Okay, so I just extrapolated a few products and classification rules from our guideline, also very similar to what Dr. Rama had. We know that we have Rule A, Rule 2, Rule 3. So this is just a few examples. And the one that I have highlighted, I'll pick somebody from the audience. I think somebody who deals with IVDs. We have classification Rule 6, and we've had a few discussions from industry, right? Who would say reagents shouldn't be IVDs. And I'd like the experts in this room to maybe provide some insight. And you know, there was a question that was asked on research use only, and I think I have the perfect person to give me a perfect answer. We're sharing knowledge here, right? We're sharing knowledge. Miss Fatima, can you do me the honor? Lady in black. Behind Simone. Oh, Khatija, sorry, I'm saying.
Sorry, you mean why reagents should not be classified as IVDs?
Yes.
I think it would depend on the intended use of the reagent. Mainly because if it's a general lab use reagent, whether it is specifically related to a specific IVD. So I think the scope and the intended use is very critical to whether it should be considered an IVD. I'll give you an example, maybe to illustrate my answer. So say you have, I would take not only reagents, but maybe something like an agar plate, right? If an agar plate is used for just general contamination control analysis in a lab, right? That would be considered general lab use and it wouldn't be an IVD. But if it is being used for diagnostic purposes for a patient, right, in terms of bacterial culture, then yes, that would become an IVD. So when you talk about reagents and other articles, right, I think the intended use is very, very critical. to determine where it falls in. I mean, and Sarah can add to that as well.
Sorry, I do agree with you. We also have to think about EQA schemes, for example. Those are very controversial because that is looking at proficiency in the lab, but it has no implication on patient and patient diagnosis. And that's why in some instances, we're asking for an exemption for Class A products. So I don't know how SAHPRA feels about that, but we're coming from the perspective of, is there an implication on patient diagnosis, or is it purely to assess proficiency in the lab? And so we need to weigh up both those characteristics.
Thank you very much. Oh, Simone, yes?
Yeah, another example is, let's say I've got a box of latex gloves and I'm bringing it in for lab use. The intended use and the labeling says lab use. It's not a medical device. I know I'm detracting from the IVD story, but it all comes back down to intended use. The same problem we have with medicines and cosmetics. It comes down to the intended use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think this conversation is very interesting, especially when you talk about intended use. What is, oh, another gentleman has something to say.
I have a problem with some of your classifications there. Typically, if you're looking at a absorbent pads or gauze or dressing or something, anything that comes into contact with exudate means that there's broken skin. And if that product is then not sterile, you've got the possibility of infection. So I'm not sure that that classification is correct, because I think it should say come in contact with unbroken skin or blood for that matter. And then the second one as well, syringes without needles. If that syringe is not sterile, you're introducing a liquid or a gas back into the patient. That could be very, very high risk.
Okay. So with Class A's, we do have sterile Class A's, non-sterile Class A's. So what you are referring to now are sterile Class A's. In my presentation, I did not separate. Simone has something to add as well.
Just remember, if it's intended use, is to be used in theatre as a gauze dressing, you may be manufacturing it non-sterile and it may be sterilized in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
But the device at the moment, when we make it, is actually a non-sterile product. And I think that is what Anton is alluding to. However, coming back to reliance and convergence, we should not detract from what the IMDRF are doing. And the reason why I said that I didn't agree with you around South Africa making its own class, we've got to be a little bit careful. We don't have product registration at the moment. And as you know, when we start getting into having CE certificates and declaration of conformities, if you not classify something differently, whether it's up or down, you're going to have a misalignment against your technical evidence. And so that's why we need to be very careful about just, and remember I asked the question, what is the purpose of the classification? Okay, remember we said it's around conformity assessment routes. Thank you.
And just to add on, if the colleagues remember yesterday in Dr. Agnes's presentation, when she was going through the GMRF pathway, there was the added new chapters, chapter 7, that looks at the different registration pathways according to risk classification. And that is what Simone is talking about. So if you incorrectly classify your own medical device, you'll choose the incorrect pathway. So therefore, it's so important for you to ensure that you classify it correctly, to also know then which regulatory pathway to take when registration comes up in South Africa. Yes, Tammy?
Hi. I was going to add something from a IVD manufacturer's perspective who sees multiple registrations in many jurisdictions. And first, I just want to say we're here to learn from each other. right? We're here to learn from you. And what we typically see when we start to compare, you know, how something might be classified in a particular country versus many other different countries, they're by and large the same. So I invite you to continue to share with us how you're classifying. I am interested, of course, in valid scientific evidence to justify the differences, but that's how we all elevate how these products protect patients around the world. So I just wanted to thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tammy. And like she said, we're all here to learn. And also, the reason why SAHPRA is an affiliate member with the IMDRF is so there's progression, and also we review any of our guidelines that we see that are not in alignment with international best practice. I mean, yesterday it was presented on good regulatory practice. We've also learned about good reliance practice. So SAHPRA is taking all of those practices into consideration in ensuring that whatever guidelines we have, we also one day want to become like the US FDA, whereby we can fully publish any public document, the comments, you know, have a system like mode. We are trying to reach that level. And I hope that industry is willing to work together with us. It's no use in criticizing the regulator. If you criticize a small child that you keep on being naughty, they'll keep on being naughty. I won't tell you when something is wrong. So in order for us to work together, yes, tell us how we can improve, and we are doing our best, which is why we are having this workshop. It's a learning curve for SAHPRA, and I hope everyone will take that into consideration. Let me continue. Oh, yes.
Thank you. If I may, just a comment to complement what it's been discussing. And I think that yesterday it was a very valuable set of tools that we were provided and that were discussed. If we all approach this discussion and this learning process, having in mind good regulatory practices, international standards, international references, that will make these conversations flow much easier, much more productive, and much more efficient and effective. So I really invite all of us to get our mindset in that regard. And I really appreciate your comment about you're learning to walk. Probably you're already crawling. You're learning to walk. But it's not only you. It is all of us in this environment here in South Africa. FDA, I could say they are really grown up. They're really mature adults. We are crawling. And we have to understand that. And we have lived through that. But that does not mean that because of not having all these strong tools in consideration, we're going to be falling down over and over again. We can learn to walk without falling down over and over again. So my kind invitation, respectful invitation is, let's use all these tools that we are learning together. So that, again, will help us a lot move forward. And at the end of the day, make sure that we are safe as professionals on what we are doing, and that by doing that, we're also going to be protecting patients and ourselves, because eventually we all might be patients. So thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Okay, so I'll go into Class B. I've also provided a few examples. We have Rule 2B with oxygen tubing mask, Rule 5B with hard contact lenses, and we have 8B with bridges and crowns. I'm not sure if we have any experts on hard contact lenses, because there's so many queries that we also receive on hard contact lenses to say, why is it a medical device? What is the intended purpose? Like, are you sure you're reviewing it correctly? In another jurisdiction, it is not a medical device. I've checked US FDAs, they are there, but I still feel that my product shouldn't be a medical device. Should I choose just anybody, Mr. Andre? Because I'm looking at you. Yes.
Well, first of all, it'll definitely be a medical device because it's going into the body. yes, it might be transient use, but it alleviates a medical condition. So therefore it becomes a medical device.
Thank you. Fully agree. There's no disagreement in that. Finally, we also have electronic thermometers. And I think this is also one. During COVID, we had multiple disagreements on thermometers. I mean, somebody used to say that they are sold at a spaza shop. We have them at a spaza shop. Why is it a medical device? It should not be a medical device. And I think while we're in this room, maybe we'll get a different perspective. Simone, I'll choose you. Do you think it should be a medical device or not? And provide reasons.
Talking about those infamous infrared thermometers.
Yes.
Well, they came in with an intended use to be actually for industrial use. And a lot of them got thrown at us. So the intended use was never intended to be used for medical purposes. Personally, I didn't think they were the right thermometers to start with. So it comes back to the intended use. And if you remember, we couldn't get C certificates for some of them because they were actually regulated as industrial thermometers. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Next door.
I'd like to comment on the electronic thermometer that you put in your mouth.
Okay.
That is a nice gray area. And the reason is because it's invasive and it's part of an active device. And in terms of the classification rules, that then becomes a class B device. But is it really a class B device? It's a gray area. Definitely a gray area.
Thank you. I hope everyone is listening. We have a lot of knowledge in this room. So if you are hungry and falling asleep, you better, open the door, June. That person better leave because there's a lot of information here. Simone?
No, I'm just trying to switch us off.
Oh, okay. But thank you. Like Mr. Andrew said, we do have some devices where the classification is a gray area. And also in terms of the infrared thermometers, we do have products coming in. They have a similar name because a lot of people hear thermometer. They think it's a medical device. It has a medical purpose, but where is it used? So we in fact need to always go back to the intended purpose of that product. You can't just make up a decision that something should be a medical device based on the terminology that is used in that specific, oh yes, Simone?
Okay. Yeah, the point I've got the mic first. Just remember your reference point is always your instructions for use.
Correct.
It might not necessarily be the label because your labeling sometimes will not give you the detail of the intended use, but your instructions for use is very important. Bearing in mind, it might not be with the product. You might need to go and look at the technical documentation to get a hands on that instructions for use. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Hi, thank you. Is this one working? Yeah. I think the other thing, what I had wanted to add to your comment earlier and others is that I think it's important to go back to the intended use as defined by the manufacturer. And I think that last part is a really big key because when manufacturers design and develop a product and determine the risk classification, that also leads them down the path of what is the evidence burden? What are the special controls? What do the post-market look like? And so I think that's key. And I'm very open to continue to understand the framework in South Africa and understand how the distributor would determine the classification as opposed to a legal manufacturer or a registered agent, because I don't understand that yet, but I'm hoping I will by the time I leave. But that's why I wanted to kind of go back to that, because if we remember Fatime's slide from earlier today, when she said, what is a launch strategy for a lot of companies that go into an initial market, you know, and then after that, they go into secondary markets. And if their initial markets had their device classified as a certain classification, everything that follows it is aligned to that risk classification, including the evidence. And then if we try to come to another country and it's a totally different risk classification, now as a manufacturer, we are absent all of the evidence that is required to bring. And that is the why the justification from a scientific perspective is very important, to justify the difference in risk classification, because that can be an impediment for patients to be able to get the product in that particular country. There may be very valuable, justifiable reasons for the classifications to be different, but I think that's the exploration that we do together, is to figure out why is it different and how can we meet that for you.
Thank you. Oh, just one last comment.
Sorry. I think the regulators should have good knowledge of the classifications. And that is because the manufacturer will always try and classify his product with the least amount of regulatory compliance. That is normal. That is normal. So I'm sorry, if that was the case, we wouldn't have the issue of industrial silicone in breast implants. We won't have product recalls all the time consistently, because manufacturers are always doing the right thing. Manufacturers take chances, they take shortcuts. Ask me, I'm a manufacturer, I know. And the best, if you want to audit a manufacturer, ask another manufacturer to go and audit them, because they know where the problems are, they know where the shortcomings are. So in terms of the issue around the classification, another good area to look at is the GMDN codes, because typically the GMDN codes are internationally recognized, and that they give you a good description of the device and its intended use. And by looking at the GMDN code, you can quickly tell whether the classification is actually correct or not.
Simone, we're having a debate on this
Yeah,
row.
except we had, when we were in, I think you were in Kenya.
Yes.
And I challenged the gentleman about the GMDN, that they change, and he said, no, they don't. But he actually, what he said further is what validates it when I said it does change. So what happened is that the GMDNs that we had 7 years ago were at that level. Then they altered them to sub-classify. So the original GMDN disappeared. Typical example was the sanitizer. We all had, I can't remember the code, 9550, and then it changed. And that's with the renewals that you got now, that's where we're all having a big problem, because the GMDNs have to be updated. So sorry, the GMDNs are not static. They do change. Thank you.
Thank you. That's well noted. Then we head over to Class C, moderate to high-risk medical devices. And Class Cs are also in Rule 11B, with the infusion pumps, the ventilators. We have also 15, which I must say, currently there's a lot of issues on Rule 15, especially on the examples, the hard contact lenses, the lens solutions. Are they medical devices or medicine or borderline? Why are they in the medical device classification guideline when most applicants have them registered as medicines? Oh, Simone has an answer.
Okay, we need to remember that historically they were medical medicines, okay, because we didn't have devices. Now go back to the intended use of that contact lens cleanser. It's there to clean the contact lens. Okay?
Yes.
Which is AKA an accessory to the contact lens itself. It's not there to treat or diagnose anything. And that is why they are medical devices. Comes back to the intended use.
Yes. So they don't have any pharmacological action, immunological action, metabological action, and that is important to note, as Simone has said. And I hope those of you who are not aware, we do have a borderline guideline. So if you do have certain products that were previously registered as medicines and fall under medical devices, you can go through that route to have them transferred to medical devices. Simone is in disagreement with me.
I am indeed, because I've been working with quite a few ex-medicines, obviously being a manufacturing pharmacist, to medical devices. If it was a medicine, well, all we need to do is stop paying the retention fees, because then it gets taken off the register. And we put it onto our device license, and that's exactly what we do. I don't understand why we had to, and the borderline guideline talks about wearables and all sorts of other things. I mean, if you look at the borderline guidelines from the IMDRF or from Europe, they give you very distinct types of products and whether they're a medical device or not. And they're actually very, very good reference documents, especially if you're not sure when you've got that borderline case. Once again, we go back to the manufacturer.
Yes.
Thank you.
So from the regulator's point of view, the reason why they are submitting via the borderline pathway is that many of the multinationals have stated that it's difficult for them to submit to their head offices to say it is just a medical device without a letter from the regulator. And we are just supporting them in terms of that. And the guideline that Simone has referenced, the EU one, in fact, the SAHPRA guideline does have an Annex A with a list of devices and whether it's a medicine or medical device and can be referred to. And I know it needs a lot of improvement, which is why we are here. It needs a lot of improvement. Remember, we are a growing child, still developing, but we will definitely be improving our borderline guideline by also looking at other regulators and also talking to them in terms of how we can further improve our guideline. Lastly, then I have the high-risk medical devices. We have, in terms of IVD, we have classification rule 2, which looks at IVD devices intended to detect the following markers. It's ABO systems and RESA system. We also have the rule 3, which are tests for HIV, HCV, and hepatitis B, and also TB, which in South Africa are regarded as serious diseases. And there's one that I have highlighted, which is Rule 13, which looks at a device incorporating a substance that, if used separately, would be a medicine and has an ancillary action on the body. And I hope we'll have an expert. I don't know, people from this side are very quiet. I don't know, giving me a very lazy vibe, Yes. Can we get some action on this side? It's before lunch, so everybody has to be active. Guys, we are World Cup winners. Why aren't we up? So there's an Indian lady, I know her. Yes, the one hiding, Tracy. Can you maybe give us your point of view? Take it for the team. Come on, be a police. Okay, so we have Rule 13, which looks at a device incorporating a substance in terms that if used separately, it'll be a medicine and has an ancillary action on the body. We've had a few issues where a lot of applicants say, no, it should just simply be a medical device. We should not be adding all this other explanations on if it incorporates, if you separately, it'll be a medicine. Just want your point of view on.
Whilst I'm not an expert on the content, I would say you have to adopt a risk-based approach and decide what the harm is to the end user and allow that to guide your decision around how extensive the regulation, the rules that's applied to it.
Simone?
charge you for consultation just now. I like the one that you've got up there saying dressings incorporating an antimicrobial agent. Now, first of all, an antimicrobial agent is not necessarily a medicine. And again, going back to all of those, it's the intended use. Your antibiotic bone cement, it's there as a bone cement. The antibiotic is ancillary to that product. And that is why, once again, you go back to the definition of a medical device, the intended use, and that's where your answer is. Thank you.
Yes, Khadija.
I think it goes back to the fundamental principle of what is the primary action, right? That is associated with this. So again, being the medicinal product is an ancillary action or secondary. And also what differs is whether you're dealing with a well-established medicinal compound rather than a novel compound or a new compound, right? A medicinal product. So those are the things that would differentiate where you would place this, I think, primarily. And again, we keep harping about the purpose. So in this case, primary considerations will decide where it falls and go back to the borderline products guidelines, where they seek to place it in the correct category of medicinal product or medical device.
We have a comment over there. Fatima, please.
I actually wanted to sort of make the same point. I think it goes back to the intended use. This is a great comment. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, same thing. So like Khadija mentioned.
Okay, so sweet and short, we've got the background, as we know, of medicines. And people keep going back to the schedules. Just remember, some of the schedules have got that outlier that says that if it's used for industrial purpose or for consumer use, then it doesn't become a medicine anymore. So once again, we've got to be mindful. And also some of your substances, I think you've got the word medicine there. I think the other countries use a different word. They say
substance.
Hey?
They say substance.
They say substance.
Yes.
Okay, because I come back to the antimicrobial agent. I mean, that's not necessarily a medicine. Thank you.
Just to also reiterate something profound that Khadija said, the primary action and secondary action. I think that's something that manufacturers, distributors, when you're looking at a product that falls under this rule classification, it's something that you need to pay attention to know what is the primary action and if the medicine is having only a secondary action. So you need to always pay attention to that. And also, like Simone said, most countries use the term substance. If you look at our revised regulations, we use the term substance, because if you say medicine, it means that you're saying it already has a pharmacological, immunological action. So the word substance is more correct, and we will be updating, like I mentioned before. But thank you, everyone. I love the conversation. Then I have a few classification case study, very short. And in these ones, the experts are sitting out. I will not be requesting Simone, Mr. Andre, Khadija, this whole side, no answers from you. So I'll be picking people, right? I mean, guys, like I said, we World Cup winners. I need the spirit to come in. You saw last minute win. So this is your last minute win. Show me what you have. Okay, so blood bags. The gentleman in black. I pick you.
Oh dear. So I guess the intended use or intended purpose of the blood bags is to store blood so that it can be given to patients who are in trauma. I would classify that as a D, as my initial guess.
Okay. Okay, D, we're on the high risk side. So let's see. Okay, so we have ones with an anticoagulant, and the classification guideline says it's a class C. And I've included something very interesting that I found from the EU classification guideline, which says that more than one rule applies. So they have blood bags without a substance, which used separately can be considered to be a medicinal product, which is in their rule 2. Then they also have a rule 14 that says blood bags incorporating heparin or other substances as anticoagulant agents, which used separately can be considered medicinal product. So they have 2 different classification rules. One thing is, go back to the South African classification rule and see where we place it. And it's also, the reason why I've placed this is because a lot of the products are coming from the EU. So I just wanted to give a brief screenshot to see where the EU places it. Some of our rules are very similar to the EU and some of them are different. Then hard contact lens solution. We've already discussed this one. And let me see, I think the lady in row 2, she's not paying attention. Yes.
I call a friend.
Oh, no, 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 no.
The question,
which classification does hard contact lens solutions fall under?
Okay. I'm more of an IVD person, but I dialed a friend and it says it's classy.
Okay. Class C is correct. Oh, there it is. Class C is correct. And I think we've gone into this one and discussed it, and to say, also to note, when considering the claim made for a product, it's important to note that more than one property can contribute to the overall effect of the product when used for this indication. So that's something that we also need to just take into consideration. And the last one is a fertility temperature monitor. Let me see. There's a gentleman at the back, just close to you, Ma'am June, in front of you. Yes, please.
Yeah, sorry. I'm very new to this industry, so can I get back to you?
I mean, we're trying to win a World Cup here, so I don't know. It's a fair answer, though. Maybe the gentleman in front of you is willing to assist.
It's a class B.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, indeed, it is a class B. The reason why I placed this product here is because we had a discussion where somebody said, no, it shouldn't be a medical device, that it simply it shows colors to say the patient, when they are fertile, it'll show maybe green. So they don't understand that it's not having a measurable indication. And I think that's also something that we need when we go through the classification guideline. It's not only looking at, is this product active? Does it have measurable properties? Because we do tend to only look at one aspect of what the product does, forgetting that it does have other things to consider. Looking at this one, it's an active medical device for diagnosis, which means an active medical device is intended by the manufacturer to be used on a human, either alone or in combination with another device, to supply information for the purpose of detecting, diagnosing, monitoring, treating from psychological, physiological conditions, states of health, illnesses, and congenital deformities. And in terms of monitoring, there's a lots of issues in terms of if a device is a monitoring device, why is it a medical device? There's issues against that as well. And fertility monitors are an effective way to measure your temperature, hormone levels to detect ovulation, and also peak fertility. So I agree with Class B. And then I'm ending with a simple case study. A manufacturer has produced a rapid testing kit for HIV using a whole capillary blood sample. The device can be used by professionals for testing high risk and suspected individuals, and also laypersons for self-testing. So will this be a medical device, an IVD, or neither? IVD, I'm hearing IVD. Class A, B, C, or D? D. Okay, and we know that in South Africa, HIV is a public health risk. I mean, when you look at the numbers in terms of the different provinces, KZN has the highest number of HIV individuals. Even young people between the ages of 25 and 35 are contracting the disease. And the second case study is a commercial testing laboratory produces an in-house genetic testing service. So it provides individuals with an understanding of their ancestry. Consumers self-collect and send a saliva sample that is lab analyzed using a single nucleotide polymorphism genotyping to generate reports. In addition to providing reports on their likely ethnicity and geographical regions. And I think with this one, I'd like to give it to Sarah.
I'm afraid I'm going to respectfully decline the invitation to respond.
Sarah behind. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay. IVD, because it is linked to genetic testing. But the intended use would not really be a Class D because we're looking at ancestry here and not an infectious disease, which would be of higher concern. But maybe someone would disagree with me, but that would be my perspective. Yeah, not for medical.
It seems that the consensus is that this is not for medical purposes, therefore it is not a medical device.
It's more research.
It's more research use only. So just a second, please.
That's a good one. A paternity test. Will a paternity test be an IVD?
Yes, paternity testing, definitely. But this is more research use only that we discussed earlier. Yeah.
Okay. So I thank everybody for listening, providing the expert. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I do have a question if you don't mind.
Oh.
So just maybe some food for thought. You mentioned that SAHPRA has adopted the risk classification from the IMDRF. Therefore, the acid test would then be that if we had to lay the documents down side by side and we had to take a medical device, would we arrive at the same risk classification using both of them? If the answer is no, then my perspective would be that SAHPRA hasn't adopted the IMDRF risk classification, number one. Number two, in adopting a risk classification or a policy document like that, you need to make sure that you adopt other aspects of an organization's documentation system. As an example, the glossary. So you adopt directly the risk classification system for the IMDRF, but you decide that you're going to use your own glossary and terminology and terms and definitions. If those terms and definitions are not the same, when it comes to identifying that product and determining the risk classification, you're going to arrive
at a different risk classification. Therefore, if I had to say anything, I would urge SAHPRA, if you're going to adopt, then adopt without change. And if you are going to find, as an example, that you have a product that has a greater risk because you've monitored or you've seen in your post-market vigilance document that there's a greater risk or that there are incidences of this device, then rather implement a different post-marketing surveillance system, such as a periodic summary report or something like that, to monitor those devices rather than changing the risk classification. Because if the manufacturer sees that, implements a field corrective action, makes the changes, in the interim, you've reclassified the product from a Class C to a Class D, as an example, and they make the changes, they change the manufacturing process, brings the risk down, means that you then have to go back in and you now need to change the risk classification of the product from a Class D back down to a Class C. So just some food for thought for SAHPRA.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll take all the suggestions in consideration. And SAHPRA is working hand in hand with the IMDRF in terms of them assisting with reviewing our guidance documents to ensure that they are well aligned, and where there are country-specific requirements, we are requested to justify why we do have country-specific requirements. So we will be taking that. Thank you very much for sharing that. As a take-home message, it's important to use the South African classification guideline, request the manufacturer to assist with classifying, and also to confirm with the regulator where you are still not sure on the classification rule that you think the product should fall into. And as I said at the end, that I just wanted to, since there was a lot of questions on the EU, there was a question that was asked on the chat just previously, if Health Singapore, if they regulate veterinary medical devices. So just to say that in South Africa, they are regulated under the Act 101 of 1965. I've highlighted that in terms of the definition for medical devices, it notes that for humans and animals, and I know that SAHPRA needs to still provide clarity on how will veterinary medical devices be fully regulated. We always speak about human medical devices, and in the near future, the senior manager who is here will ensure that we communicate effectively to those who are affected by, who have veterinary medical devices within their line listings, on how we aim to regulate them. And to just also provide a few comparison with the EU, there was also a question yesterday and today on the different classification. We are using A, B, C, or D, and the EU is using class 1 to 3. And I just wanted to provide a few examples. And there, like mentioned before, there are some where there'll be differences in terms of how we classify it. And hence, we said it's important to use the South African risk classification for you to classify your own product. Thank you very much, and thank you all for participating.
Okay. Kanye, there are some questions online that are tailored to your, oh, sorry, I was answering one now. I'm just gonna close this quickly. All right, and I think we have looked at other questions. There are about 19 questions online, and some of the questions we didn't pose them or bring them forward because they were not aligned or linked to the topic of the day. The first topic in the morning was on medical device classification, which is what we are still discussing. And some of the questions that we have or are seeing online, it's related to, for example, the definition of an authorized rep. And the other one was on the risk management. So what we will do is this, we want to make sure that we are focused on the topic of the day so that all the colleagues or all the industry members can have the benefit of the doubt on the specific topic. So we will sit together with our colleagues from MDC and respond to all of them and share the responses. So what I'm looking at now, and the veterinary one, I've tried to answer it. We are working with our veterinary team, as well as the veterinary committee, discussing what's the way forward with medical device. Because when the regulations were published, where we have to look at both animals and human as per the Act. But when you're looking further into the details of your guidelines, it's mainly speaking to human, not to animal. And we have noted that. We have met with the various veterinary association, as well as the institutions, for example, the University of Pretoria, discussing what's the way forward. And based on that, we will have to communicate on the proposed way forward regarding veterinary related products. And one of the questions I think we asked internally is, do we need a veterinary subunit or veterinary committee for medical devices and IVDs as well? So we are discussing that part internally. I'm not too sure. I don't understand. There was a point, maybe the person can clarify on the Hazardous Act. Just speak about the definition, but I cannot understand the content. Perhaps they can assist with clarifying that. There's a question, please advise why wholesalers in South Africa need to provide the classification of the devices on their license application to SAHPRA if the manufacturer needs to provide the classification.
Okay. So when you look at our application form from wholesalers, it has class A, B, C, D, and then on the side, it has sterile, non-sterile. So one, like we said, the manufacturer needs to, sorry, oh yes, the manufacturer should be the one ideally to classify your product. Wholesalers are buying from distributors or from local manufacturers. They are not the ones responsible for classifying their product. They are locally procuring. So you as the wholesaler are not supposed to be classifying your products. When you're buying an HIV test kit from X distributor or X manufacturer, they should already tell you this is a class D medical device. So it shouldn't, the onus is not on the wholesaler. Simone would like to add on.
But can I finish the question? You say, why do SAHPRA need that information?
Why does SAHPRA need that? So one, when you are providing a list of the products that you are wholesaling, that you'll be distributing, SAHPRA needs to know the full supply chain. So when you are providing that, you'll provide the person that you are procuring from, you'll provide the risk classification, the GMDN code. All of this information has already been submitted by the manufacturer. So it should be easier for you to provide that to SAHPRA.
Excuse me, if I may, I kindly and respectfully propose for us to cut the conversation now, because we have 45 minutes to have the picture of the group done and lunch, because we have already scheduled Anvisa to connect 45 minutes from now. So in order to be respectful for the regulator in Brazil, I'd really appreciate if we can continue the conversations offline. We will be providing additional responses to the questions that have not been responded online in writing after the event. So I would kindly appreciate if we can do that. But before that, a round of applause for Canicila, please. So now if we can follow our photographer, he will show us where to set up for the group picture, and then we will go for lunch. You will also get your lunch vouchers right out the door. Marina, thank you.
Hi, Augusta. You guys are waiting. Oh, okay. How are you? It's Dimakatso.
Hi, Dimakatso. How are you doing?
I cannot hear you. Perhaps it's the right time to test the sound. I cannot hear you from my side.
You cannot hear me?
I think it's maybe the best time to test the sound because I can't hear him.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Ready? Welcome back. And Augusto, thank you very much for joining us again. I'm really very honored to introduce Augusto Geyer. He's the head of the medical devices area at Anvisa. And he's really, I mean, as all of our supporters, but today it is a very special thank you to Augusto because today is the Republic Day in Brazil. It's a holiday for him. And even though he's here to support the efforts that South Africa is doing in regards of gaining capacities in learning. So Augusto, once more, thank you very much. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Well, thank you so much, Sandra and Leticia and Dimakatsu, and all organizers of this workshop. I work for the Medical Devices Office at Anvisa in Brazil, which is the Brazilian Health Regulatory Agency. And so I have a presentation, so I hope that you will be able to see my screen. Okay, just a second.
We will confirm when we can see it.
Okay.
And actually, Leticia Fonseca was going to be introducing you, but she lost her voice totally. So that is why I'm taking over.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you. And we can see your screen now.
Okay, great. I believe that I should hide this one. Okay. Well, so today we'll be discussing essential principles of safety and performance of medical devices and IVD medical devices. Then, as I mentioned, I work for the Medical Devices Office in the Brazilian Health Regulatory Agency, which is responsible for the registration of medical devices for the Brazilian market. And so we are responsible for the issuance of those regulations for medical devices, and also we are part of a group that is responsible and in charge for the medical device single audit program. So some of our staff is also performing inspections for good manufacturing practices and collaborating with the medical devices single audit program, which composes a very important part of the pre-market regulation of medical devices in Brazil. Okay. Well, so regarding essential principles of safety and performance, Anvisa is taking part of IMDRF, the International Medical Device Regulators Forum, since its foundation. And at that time, we started working in these working groups. And one of the main working groups that we have been participating is the IMDRF Good Regulatory Review Practices Working Group. So in this working group, we have issued some important technical documents. And so we have developed the technical document based on GHTF 68. So that was revised under the number 41 in 2005, from 2005. And then recently in 2018, we have this IMDRF document number 47, which is the essential principles of safety and performance of medical devices and IVD medical devices. And essentially, the presentation will talk about the content of this document and how we are internalizing this regulation to our regulation in Brazil. So this is just a a picture of the regulation that we have in place in Brazil, RDC 56, 2001, which is the Brazilian regulation for the essential principles of safety and performance. It is an harmonized regulation in Mercosur, so it is applicable not only for Brazil, but also to Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. Of course, each of those countries would have their own publication. So from this harmonized regulation in Mercosur, but the requirements are essentially the same. Then, considering the need to update the regulations, the essential principles of safety and performance, Brazil has proposed the adoption of the IMDRF technical document to the other member states of Mercosur. So at that point, we started to discuss all the requirements that are published by IMDRF, and to discuss with our partners in Mercosur. So we have this final text approved by the Mercosur Subcommission of Medical Devices. It was approved in May this year, and this was after internal public consultations in each jurisdiction. So each jurisdiction of Mercosur ran a public consultation to collect information from the market, from manufacturers and porters regarding the content of this document. So during this year, in 2023, we have started the internalization process of this regulation, and we expect to publish the final version of this regulation in November this year. So we hope that by the end of November we have this already published. So then, why update these essential principles? So first, we have patient safety. So considering that we have a number of new devices reaching the market, new technologies, we understand that we should consider this for patient safety. Rapid technological advancements, so it's another point. So as much as we review new medical devices reaching the market, we have to be prepared to understand and to discuss these new technological advancements. Equitable access for population, market confidence, so all the stakeholders will be able to know all the requirements that we would expect for the review process in our jurisdiction. Global harmonization, so important topic especially for manufacturers to have the same requirements available in different jurisdictions, so they would not have to have different documentation to make available for all jurisdictions where they plan to put the products in the market. Considerations about data privacy and security, as much as we have seen more and more products are involving softwares and collection of data from patients. So this is a very important topic as well recently. Adapting the novel risks. So as we have new technologies, we may have new risks involved in the adoption of those new technologies that we may not be aware. Clinical efficacy, so there is not just, we should not consider only the safety of the products, but also the performance of the clinical performance of those devices. Innovation and industry growth. So as we see in the market now, we have many new technologies reaching the market, and the increasing of some specific niches of market. And also we have ethical and social considerations, right? So then we have all these possibilities. So we have to consider all the risks involved and use the right tools to mitigate those risks and to have a better performance. So another important IMDRF document is linked to the safety and performance principles, which is IMDRF number 52 from 2019, which discuss the principles of labeling for medical devices and IVD medical devices. So at that point, we should consider both documents. We should work with both documents together. So fundamental design and manufacturing requirements that provide assurance that a medical device or IVD is safe and performs as intended by the manufacturer. So regarding safety and performance, in this document of IMDRF, we have general and specific risk considerations specific to medical devices, IVDs, and in some cases for both. It includes a list of relevant standards, guidances, and standards guidance documents that could provide some specific information for some of those technologies available for the medical devices market. So examples that we have would be material characterization, clinical evaluation, conditions of use, diagnostic functions, software aspects, and general labeling principles. Then regarding labeling, labeling elements and information specific to medical devices, IVDs, or both. So in this document, we have information regarding how should be presented information regarding the name of the device, their characteristics, what information about the manufacturers, information about storage conditions, and other ones. So examples here, we have the labels, instructions for use, instructions for software as a medical device, information for specific for lay users when it is applicable, and information intended for the patient. So the adoption of these common principles worldwide offers benefits not only for the manufacturers, but also for users, for patients, and especially for regulatory authorities, since we have the reduction of the regulatory compliance costs, and we enable a faster access to new medical technologies. Also, we need to emphasize a balance between safeguarding public health and not burdening the industry unnecessarily. So as we have the same requirements globally, we may, as I mentioned, the manufacturers will be able to provide all the important information regarding safety and performance to the regulators around the globe in a faster way. So compliance to essential principles throughout the product life cycle is essential, not only for the safety of the products, but for the users as well. Then in this document, the IMDRF Safety and Performance, Essential Principles of Safety and Performance, we will see some ways to handle those requirements. Eventually, we have should, which indicates that among several possibilities, one is recommended as particularly suitable, without mentioning or excluding others, or that a certain course of action is preferred but not necessarily required, or that in the negative form, a certain possibility of course of action should be avoided but is not prohibited. So eventually you have may, which is used to indicate that a course of action is permissible within the limits of the standard. Can is used as a statement of possibility and capability, and must used only to describe unavoidable situations, including those mandated by government regulation. So all these possibilities in this document would be considered, are considered in the internalization of the requirements for the regulation in Brazil. Another point is that this document will provide information, specific information for all medical devices. So eventually we have essential principles applicable to all medical devices. In other cases, we have essential principles that are applicable only to non-IVD medical devices, and in other cases, essential principles that are applicable only for IVDs. Only to IVDs. So a manufacturer of a medical devices or IVD medical device is expected to design and manufacture a product that is safe and performs as intended throughout its life cycle. Okay, then if we consider all the topics from these essential principles of safety and performance, then we start with the applicable to all medical devices, including IVDs. And we have a general, the first chapter of this is a general requirements considering performance and suitability, risk management system, and risk management steps. We have also risk control measures, informing users, risk reductions for users, performance maintenance, transport and storage, stability, and balancing risks and benefits. I just would like to highlight these risk management steps where the manufacturer is expected to develop a risk management plan for each device to identify and analyze known and foreseeable hazards associated with each device, to evaluate the risks associated with intended use and foreseeable misuse, control or eliminate risks based on specific requirements, evaluate the impact of production and post-production information on overall risk, and to adjust control measures if necessary. So basically, those are the steps, the main steps for risk management, applicable for each medical device. Then regarding clinical evaluation. So this evaluation involves analyzing clinical data to confirm a positive balance between benefits and risks for the device. This data can include reports from clinical investigation or performance evaluations, published scientific literature, and clinical experiences. In some cases in Brazil also, we have the clinical evaluation performed in Brazil. So in this case, we also request the approval of this clinical evaluation studies previously within Anvisa. Another subchapter would be the chemical, physical, and biological properties. So the material selection that is applicable for the device, the process impact, research validation, mechanical properties, surface properties. For example, this is a very important topic for implantable devices, for orthopedic implantable devices. The chemical and physical specifications, contaminants and residues, substance egress, unintentional substance ingress, and infection risks. Regarding sterilization and microbial contamination, so as we have many instrumentation and many devices that could be should be provided sterile, we have to consider the facilitate safe cleaning, disinfection, sterilization, and re-sterilization by the user So all this information should be available from the manufacturer to the end user. Maintain microbial state during transportation and storage. Validated methods for products labeled as sterile. Packaging should minimize contamination when devices are provided non-sterile. So all those considerations should be taken, should be considered during the assessment of those medical devices that are provided sterile. So considerations of environment and conditions of use. So devices intended for use alongside other medical devices. The entire combination, including connection systems, must ensure safety and not compromise the specified performance. So every time that we have a system, we have accessories provided separately from the main medical device. We should consider all those connections, all those combinations in our assessment. We should also consider the intended environment and usage conditions to minimize various risks. So risks to the user, to users, or others caused by physical features, user interface design, and foreseeable external influences like magnetic fields, humidity, temperature, and pressure. Software interactions, maintenance, and calibration mechanisms, unauthorized access risks, ergonomic usability, and safe disposal recycling. So this software interactions have been in the last years a very important topic, since we have more and more products that are interacting using internet connections and so on. So another subchapter would be the devices that incorporate software or are software as medical device. This is a very specific field of expertise. So sometimes it's difficult to have enough expertise, staff with enough expertise in this field. But all regulators, I think, are facing this kind of problems. And it is not different in Anvisa. So with this topic, we have to ensure accuracy, reliability, safety, and performance. In case of a single fault, the software, of course, measures should be taken to eliminate or reduce resulting risks. Software should be developed, manufactured, and maintained using up-to-date practices, considering development cycles, risk management, verification, and validation. And when software is intended for use with mobile platforms, the platform's characteristics and usage environment should be considered as well. And finally, cybersecurity measures are also essential. So there is specific cybersecurity guidances also available from the IMDRF, and this one, those documents are also internalized by Anvisa and are being considered when we have the assessment of those products submitted to our agency. Well, the next topic, the next subchapter would be protection against the risks posed by devices intended for use by lay users. This kind of product, we have seen more and more products available, like glucose meters and other devices, especially IVD medical devices, like COVID-19 self-testing products, and some others available using smartphones, right? So we should consider the capabilities and limitations of those lay users. So the instructions for use should consider a special language for this kind of users. So these instructions should be easy to comprehend. Additional training might be required when risks remain. Some companies provide specific trainings available also online, right, using videos on YouTube and other platforms. The instructions for use should consider result interpretation from by the user, verification of the correct function of the device, so the user should be able to understand that the product is functioning correctly, and there should be considered alert to the user when the device fails to operate. Then, regarding labeling, we should refer to the document that I have mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, N52 from IMDRF, which give us information needed to distinctively identify the medical device or IVD medical device and its manufacturer. So basically, all information to identify the product itself, its name, and where from which manufacturer this is provided. Accompanied by or direct to the user to any safety and performance information relevant to the user or any other person as appropriate. Information may appear on the device itself, on the packaging, or in the instructions for use, or be readily accessible through electronic means, and should be easily understood by the intended user. So again, as mentioned in the previous subchapter, we should also be concerned about the correct understanding of the instructions for use by the intended user, especially when we are talking about lay users. So in this chapter about essential principles applicable to all medical devices and IVD medical devices, we have some other important topics that are discussed in this section. So we have protection against electrical, mechanical, and thermal risks, active medical devices and devices connected to them, devices with a diagnostic or measuring function, protection against radiation, and devices incorporating materials of biological origin. So for each of those subchapters, we have the specific information that would be expected during the process of pre-market authorization. Then the next section would be the essential principles that are applicable to medical devices other than IVDs. And then we have chemical, physical, and biological properties, again, protection against radiation, particular requirements for implantable medical devices. Protection against the risks posed to the patient or user by medical devices supplying energy or substances. Then we have medical devices incorporating a substance considered to be a medicinal product or drug. Okay. And then considering the essential principles that are applicable only to IVD medical devices, we have the chemical, physical, and biological properties of those devices, the performance characteristics in a different approach from the non-in vitro medical devices, the non-in vitro diagnostic medical devices. We have the performance characteristics, analytical performance, clinical performance, and validated control procedures. Traceability of calibrators and controls, standardized units, and performance evaluation. Well, in conclusion, then we have these essential principles of safety and performance for medical devices and IVD medical devices. The main considerations that we should take from this is that the trust and reliability in the technologies. So considering the application of all those essential principles, we can understand the working, how the product works, and to have this evaluation considered. So then we have the innovation with responsibility. So all new technologies would be necessarily the manufacturer should consider all the essential principles to provide to the regulator for their assessment. Maximize patient well-being while minimizing risks. We consider also high standards provided by standards organizations like ISO, IEC. So all those documents should be considered during the evaluation of those products. And at the end of the day, also we contribute to the advancement of the medical science. Well, thank you, and I would be available for any questions from now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Augusto. Okay, thank you very much. And then let's open the floor for questions for our in-person participants. We do not have any question at this point from our online participants. So if there's any question in the room, or, oh, yes, there we have one. Thank you.
Thank you, Augusto, for the presentation. My question is, what is Anvisa's position on acceptability of the EU GSPR in lieu of the IMDRF checklist? I mean, there's a lot of alignment, but obviously, you know, there's differences as well. So is it acceptable in the GSPR format to show conformance, obviously, to the essential principles?
Okay, thank you. A very interesting question. So Anvisa regulation also provides, also we request the submission of the technical dossier, considering the structure of the table of contents also from IMDRF. So basically, what we will expect is the structure of the table of contents, and all those essential principles should be covered in this technical dossier, distributed in these contents from the TOC. So since all the information that we expect in this table of contents and all the information that are considered for as essential principles of safety and performance from this IMDRF document, if they are all available in the EU documentation, this would be acceptable as well. The important consideration that we should have is that all the requirements are covered in this documentation.
Thank you very much. We have another question. Yes, Fatima, please.
Hi, Augusto. This is Fatima from Medtronic. Good to see you again.
Hello, Fatima.
I was wondering if you could speak about how do you envision the evolution of this IMDRF Essential Principles of Safety and Performance document, given the changes that we are seeing, advancements that we are seeing in AI, telemedicine, or even emergency use?
Yes, so thank you, Fatima. Actually, this all these advancements, we are also behind industry, right? So regulators are always looking for the risks of new products, and of course that this kind of document, as the essential principles of safety and performance, this should be updated in a certain frequency. For sure, all requirements of artificial that should be considered for artificial intelligence, for machine learning, devices that involve all these kind of technologies. We may have new requirements arising from these new technologies, but essentially the document will cover those basic requirements. But I see that in the near future, like I believe in 3 or 4 years, we may need to also to review these essential principles also to cover those new technologies. This is something that regulators are always concerned to have these requirements up to date, right?
Thank you, Augusto. Do we have another question here in the room? Yes, we do.
Hi, it's Simone. I'm from the Medical Device Manufacturers Association of South Africa, and actually being a manufacturer myself. And I just want to remind everybody that these are regulatory principles. They're not explicit. And the detail comes from the manufacturer when they navigate through design control 7.3 of ISO 13485, and when they do their risk assessment, as well as the clinical evaluation. They all work together to enable a manufacturer to effectively populate the principles, which we do normally in a table form, just to give us a reference and a library of where all our technical evidence is sitting. So I think it's just important people understand that these are principles, and they don't have the detail. The detail will come from the manufacturer when they navigate through the technical evidence. Thank you. Would you like to comment on what I just said? Thank you.
No, actually, this is perfect. So all requirements should be considered to be discussed by the manufacturer. All those principles, you may have some standards, some guidances that could give you some direction on how to address. But at the end, all discussion, all information regarding design and controls would be from the manufacturer, and the regulators are, and to be provided to the regulators to review it.
Thank you. We have Dr. Madibe.
Thank you very much. Augusto, that was a very informative presentation. Thank you very much for that. So I think I just want to add to the point that was raised regarding the GPRS and the essential principles, between Europe and what's happening with the MIDRF. On the last meeting at the MIDRF, to make sure that regulators are also agile, we are able to respond to the changes of the environment. One of the topics that was of interest in the last MIDRF meeting was the sandbox situation, where we come in if there's a new innovation, so we avoid not having access to an innovative product. We come in, like, when kids play in the sandbox, I really like how they explain it. You come and play together. It's the regulator, it's the industry, it's the manufacturer. They come and look at this product that is a new, innovative, or under emergency. What areas do we look at, we focus at, to make sure that the product does, that the patient have access to, it's safe. Look at the minimum. And this brings in as well the real world evidence, because at some point there's no evidence under the emergency or clinical information. So that concept of the sandbox really, for me, was quite interesting, because it tells us as regulators, as an industry, that at some point when we have such situation, we come together in one play, we look at the situation, we respond to it accordingly, and then we can go back to our norm, if I can put it in inverted commas. Thank you.
In I think you're bringing a great point that I think it is applicable not only to essential principles, or not only to all the documents that are produced by IMDRF as an example. It also comes to the development of international standards. All those processes require time, and the speed of innovation, it is way, way faster as compared to all these discussions happening. So the concept of sandbox is definitely something that will probably become kind of like a way of doing things more frequently in the near future, because new systems are to be developed in order to get into these, I could say, very effective way of doing things through international standards and having all the heads of the world experts putting to work together. But that takes time. So we need to come and identify opportunities to also speed up these processes. And again, it's a risk management approach. And I think the regulators and the industry are to be working together in order to cope with the pace of innovation. I don't know if there's any comment, and Augusto, if there's any idea that is being floating around in this regard, how to keep up with the pace of innovation.
Yeah, that's perfect. This is something that is very challenging for regulators, and we are starting the process of a project at Anvisa for innovative products, where it's a kind of a sandbox, as Makatsu mentioned, because the idea is to select specific innovative products that should be submitted for approval from Anvisa. So Anvisa would be able to start to provide information to the manufacturer since the beginning of the project, since the design of the product. So then with this, Anvisa, during the clinical evaluation of these products, we would be able to provide information to the manufacturer to make a better documentation to help them to prepare the documentation for the final approval within Anvisa. So at this point, we would be able also to learn how the product works. So we would be able to have a better expertise with these innovative products.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question here in the room? Yes, there it is one. Give me a second. Or comment, of course.
Sorry, just more for comment on the same theme of how do we keep up with advancements. I think on the topic of the essential principles, the concept of custom-made devices is really challenging your essential principles, right? And I think that's the next frontier where we really have to look at how you adapt these requirements for the essential principles for safety and performance when you're dealing with custom-made devices. So these are just some of the challenges we're going to be experiencing going forward.
So probably that could be great to learn how is Anvisa managing this type of devices.
Yes, so we have a specific regulation for custom-made devices. So basically, with this regulation, we expect that the manufacturer should provide to us evidences that they have enough expertise on that field, on that technology. So normally they have a registration of a regular product, and they should provide each custom-made device. They should send to us information regarding which different characteristics they have for each of those products, and this is something that could be a very burdensome process, but in some cases we are able to identify how the technology of that manufacturer would be evolving, and then we have all the information available in our database. But of course, it's a very big challenge. Not easy to regulate this kind of process, but since we are able to have all information available, we are able to perform the monitoring of this process within the manufacturers.
Thank you, Augusto. Any additional comment or question here in the room? Well, hearing none, we will be closing this session, and we invite you to stay for the panel that follows immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So then with this, I'll invite to come over to our panelists for the next session. So Augusto, we already have you there. I'd like to invite Lydia Motlogengwa, Kanisile Nkuku, Khadija Suleiman, Sarah Cohen, Simone Rudolph, Fatime Rajuyan, and Tammy Stewart. So we have a very strong panel. So let's take advantage of having them all together, and let's get their knowledge and wisdom being shared with all of us. Okay, well, thank you very much for having accepted the invitation to take part of this panel. Essential principles we have learned are not kind of like that easy to swallow, but I think that the introduction and the review that Augusto had shared with us to begin with is really helping us to open up the conversation. And probably I would like to get started with the regulators. So how do you see the essential principles being of relevance in your work in regards of ensuring safe, effective, and quality and performing to design of medical devices? So you have already shared a lot in your presentation, Kanisile, but Lydia, Kanisile, I'd really like to learn what are your thoughts in this regard?
I'll go first. I think from the regulator's perspective, the essential principles give us a glimpse to say when the applicant submits to say the certain product abides by the specific principles, they'll declare that it also complies with the standards that are also listed on the essential principles. It helps the regulator know that the product is safe and it performs accordingly. 2 weeks back, we were in a training in Tanzania, and it was a fetal monitor, and the applicant had provided, declaration to the essential principles and to say that the product complies with certain standards. And if as a regulator, you do not have an understanding of essential principles, it'll be hard for you to also understand what the applicant is trying to convey by saying that this specific essential principles have been complied with. So it actually, it also creates confidence to say we can trust this product to have it in the market. I don't know if the other Lydia would like to also add on.
Okay, thank you, Kanisile. Yes, it's true. We as regulators, our main mandate is to ensure that devices and IVDs that are there, and especially brought, I'm going to talk about South Africa, brought into South Africa they are safe, perform as intended, and of quality. So as we are aware that we are, we are member of IMDRF. We also base our document that we give as a guidance is based on IMDRF guidance document, and we are also on the working group with IMDRF. So what is happening, most of manufacturers, they have to be aware of that, and even the distributors that brings in import the medical device into South Africa is their responsibility as well as the manufacturers to ensure that the essential principles are adhered to. And furthermore, I would like to elaborate that we haven't started with registration in South Africa. So most of information, we are reliant on the manufacturers to ensure that essential principles are adhered to. So it's that right now, and as we go on into registration, we'll be able to see that it has already started, so it has to continue as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In Augusto, I think this question does not apply exactly to you the way I phrase it, but if you would have the chance to go back in time, as you were part of the working group that developed the essential principles from the very beginning, if you would have the chance to go back in time, would you take a different direction as compared to getting into the essential principles? Do you think that your processes would be better off without the essential principles? Or would you confirm the decisions you take many, many years ago?
Right, Sandra. Yes, I believe that without those essential principles, the work from the regulators would be much more difficult. Because with the essential principles of safety and performance, we are able to cover the majority of technologies that arise in the market. So since it's very difficult to have an agency, a regulatory agency that would have all the expertise, all the knowledge needed to review every kind of devices that would be reaching to the market. So the essential principles at the end of the day, they serve as a guidance for our reviewers. And if you consider the universe of products that are available in the markets globally, I believe that there is no regulator that would be able to have enough expertise, enough staff covering all technologies that arise to the market. So at the end of the day, the essential principles, they are very useful for the regulators to help them to cover and to understand all the requirements, all the risks that are involved in these products. And of course, all this information they should be provided by the manufacturer. So the manufacturer knows the product. The manufacturer knows that they have evaluated the risks. So the role of the regulator is to check if all the requirements were covered by their design, by their management risk processes.
Thank you very much. So you definitely do not regret having taken that decision.
No.
Okay, perfect. And I think I'll pose kind of like the same question to the industry, to the manufacturers that are represented in here. So do you find that essential principles add value to your processes? Do you feel that essential principles either facilitate or make more complicated the processes through which the devices are going to be reaching the market and, of course, the patients? May I start probably, I think, with Tammy that is holding the microphone right now.
Thank you. I think I want to build on what Augusto said, because much like the essential principles serve as a roadmap for regulators, it also serves as a roadmap for us. Whether you're a multinational company or a domestic company looking to export, there is a global expectation for us to produce products that show compliance to the essential principles. And then within that document, being able to demonstrate by the use of standards or other guidance documents, the level of evidence that is appropriate for the classification of your product. So it's very much a partnership, working in tandem with the regulator to utilize the essential principles. And the essential principles and those expectations are embedded in many different ways in our own quality systems. I'm sure other manufacturers have that as well, because we need to make sure that our processes are standardized so that we can always meet the requirements, so we can follow the journey according to the essential principles and get the expected outcome for the product to be on the market. So they certainly add value, and we very much appreciate the IMDRF document, Augusto, and we definitely have embraced them in our own quality system.
Thank you, Demi. And sorry, before passing over to Fatima, that I see that she wants to follow. You said something about it doesn't matter the size of the company, but you mentioned about if the company is willing to export. Do you think it could make a difference if a company is willing to export as compared to a company that it's fully dedicated to supply a domestic market? Could essential principles be followed by companies that are only intending to export, or do you see as manufacturer that it has value also for domestic manufacturers only? I don't know if I explain myself.
I think the essential principles should not be dependent on whether you're a local manufacturer or whether you're exporting, because the foundational principles of them are for safety and performance. Then you're sending different messages, right? That's saying that if you need a different set of rules if you're exporting and for homegrown. It is, again, very dependent on the type of the product. And as we've seen, it forms the foundation from the time you start the design and development and controls for your particular type of product. So it's the roadmap. And again, that roadmap should be applicable whether you're importing or exporting. It will generate confidence as well if you're exporting beyond your market. But again, I don't perceive it as being mutually exclusive.
Thank you very much. Fatima, and then Simone, please.
I just wanted to add one other point, and that is that essential performance give us the transparency that we need as a manufacturer as we are designing our products. So we know what the expectations are, because the worst case is when you design a device, but the requirements, the expectations are not clear, they're not transparent, you don't know. So then you go, you design, then you go to the manufacturer, and then the manufacturer says, I'm sorry, you go to the regulator, and the regulator says, well, that's not the bar I was expecting you to meet. So, and then you have to go back to the drawing board. So, and that again is going back to what we were talking throughout the day. It delays access to patients, and that's not where we want to be. So that's another angle or another benefit of essential principles that I wanted to add to the mix.
I'm sorry, can I add one other point that I had written down that I forgot to mention? Sorry, because I think that the essential principles also add transparency to the partnership between the regulators and industry, but also from regulator to regulator. And I know a big part of our conversation over the last 2 weeks has been about regulatory reliance. And when we have this global bar that everybody kind of can wrap their head around and can understand and can expect certain outputs from, that builds the trust and understanding in what you understand another regulator has already done, because they're reviewing the submission against whether or not the product has met the essential principles, right? So that was a point I wanted to make, because it actually builds a nice partnership between regulator to regulator.
Thank you, Tammy. Simone?
Yeah, I want to just comment as a manufacturer, if you look at ISO 13485 being a quality management system, if we didn't have that standard, we wouldn't have a tool to enable us to put in an effective quality management system. And if you look at the essential principles, where did they come from? I started Smith & Nephew after being in medicines manufacturer in 1992. We all know the medical device directive came out in 1993. And that is the origin of the essential principles. They started off as a regulatory requirement. And yes, we had the GHTF, which was the guidance documents. And if we look at the MDR now, the essential principles are written into the MDR. They're not a separate document. So they are a regulatory, like Khatija says, they're the roadmap to enable the manufacturer to provide the technical evidence that you've got product safety and performance compliance. Those essential principles are sincerely the roadmap. The detail is going to come in how effectively you navigate your technical evidence. You can have an essential principle, you can list all the standards, but if you don't do a good risk assessment, if you don't do a good clinical evaluation, if you don't do your design controls with your inputs and your outputs, that list that you've got in your technical file is really just going to be like a tabled roadmap for the regulator to navigate. So what the point I'm trying to make is that the detail is in the technical evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Sarah, would you like to add?
Thanks so much. Just from a distributor perspective, because I'm not a manufacturer at all, but I think from RVDs, we are, sure that these essential principles are really critical when we look at the quality of our RVD products as well. And ultimately, we're concerned about patient safety. So as Simone says, I think it's a critical parameter that we need to look at in the manufacturing sphere, because the user and the end user is really important, and the intended use, as we've been talking about all day today, the intended use is very important as well of these products. And we saw it very clearly during COVID when products were coming in that were not compliant with essential principles, that were not quality products, that were just being used out there in the public arena in South Africa. The regulator became aware of that, and they had regulatory compliance and inspectorate processes in place to address this. So I think it becomes really critical when we look at patient safety, especially in the nature of some of these pandemics that are possibly coming our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone.
Yeah, just to add on, from the technical evidence with the roadmap and the essential principles, the primary output is your instructions for use and your labeling, because that you need all that evidence in which to populate your instructions for use. So, I mean, all of those documents become very important. They all come into an interplay as well. They don't all operate in isolation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra?
Additional comments?
I want to just follow on from what Simone said. That is very critical for a manufacturer, especially when we move post-marketing into your surveillance and your post-marketing surveillance. One of the critical things is, as a manufacturer, when you're evaluating any adverse events or complaints or reports, is to actually verify that the product was used as intended and as per the IFU, because we do know that there's off-label use or non-compliance to, the proper instructions for use. And those things are quite critical in your evaluation for the real-world evidence of post-marketing reporting and surveillance, and in the body of evidence, not in the pre-market phase, but in the post-market phase, to show continued performance and safety in your patient.
Thank you, Khatija. We have Augusto also willing to share. Thank you.
Yes, actually, thank you, Sandra. Actually, I just want to add that coming back to the beginning of the discussion, so regarding usage of the essential principles for the internal market products, right? So when you have the same requirements, the same way to provide information, so you put all the products, the the local manufacturer and the international manufacturer in the same position, the same level, the same requirements. And what we have seen in Brazil is that the application, the usage of the essential principles, the adoption of these international requirements, those international standards, are helping them to access other markets, not only the Brazilian market. So companies that were used to provide medical devices only internally, only for the internal market, with the adoption of those global requirements, are now able to access other markets to export products. So, and at the end of the day, it helps also the business of the local companies.
Thank you very much, Augusto. So it seems that the roadmap is there. It seems that things should be flowing or must be flowing like relatively easy. But there are a lot of challenges in the way to get into, I would say, mastering the utilization of the essential principles. And correct me if my perception is wrong, of course. But if you coincide that this is a journey, this is not something that you reach from one day to the next, what would you think that could be kind of like the most critical steps to move forward in that journey and come from crawling to running and becoming like the Olympic champions? So any recommendations, Fatima, please.
I love that question. And I want to say communication, communication, communication. Okay. You saw my slide, the one that I was kind of giggled about, the one that I really like, but the two people who are like trying to talk to each other. One I said is manufacturer, the other one depicting the regulator. So we need to communicate with each other. And I always say this, we are two sides of the same coin and we share the same goals at the end, right? We want to get our safe and effective and quality medical devices. So we need to work together. It's really important. Our regulators need us as manufacturers and we need them. So let's figure out a way how we could work together in a safe environment, in a productive environment, and in a way that we provide feedback to them, they take it back and they figure out, well, gee, you know, they have as a manufacturer, they have the experience, they see things that we might not see. How could we address the concerns? And that is an ideal environment. This is how we thrive. And this is how we can, again, get the devices that are safe and effective and quality to our patients without delays.
Can Isile here, please?
I'd also like to add, in terms of communication, transparency, I think from the regulator's perspective, last week when the US FDA in a trip to Kenya, they were explaining essential principles and they also had the standards. As a regulator, it was key for us to understand the standards, which ones are mandatory, which are compulsory, which are voluntary. And I think most of the industry, they need transparency from the regulator in terms of how do the standards apply to their product. And in terms of South Africa, it's key for us to involve key stakeholders like SAPS to work with the regulator, to work with manufacturers, distributors, and transparency and clarity in all the documentation is where communication, as well as Fatima says, will actually be key to come in. So I actually do agree with communication, and I just wanted to add transparency is also key.
Thank you. I think we have Simone and then Lydia. Thank you.
Thank you. Just following on what Kanye's just said, I think it's important for people to remember that it's the manufacturer that will select the standard depending on the product and the intended use. And yes, standards do play a big role, but please remember that there are some devices that have a number of standards. There are some products that just have one standard. For instance, your standard for syringes. But when you now start getting to the electromedical technology, it then gets a lot more complicated depending on the product. So standards do play a part, and that is part of the essential principles. In fact, it's part of the technical evidence more than the essential principles. And coming back to communication, communication is very important. It's very difficult for a manufacturer and even a distributor when they can't get hold of the regulator to actually discuss things. Maybe I'll put it to Boitumelo, that maybe we need a help desk at SAHPRA on the medical device side, which would be very helpful. Leading people just to the guidelines. Remember, guidelines are a guideline. They're not giving some explicit information. And that is where, if we had a help desk, we've also got other stakeholders like the CSIR. We've got some of the universities that we can tap into. We as industry are looking at how we can get the stakeholder groups together in a platform so we can navigate to help both distributors and manufacturers. But coming back, communication is very important. And yeah, thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to add to what Kanyisile was saying and add more to the communication. It's not only between us and the manufacturers or our local stakeholders. We also have to communicate and experience from other regulators. How do they deal with certain things, and how we can learn from them. And yeah, that's all I wanted to add. And now I would like to say to Simone that we do communicate. We do have meet with those who want to have a meeting with us. We do have arrange a meeting with our stakeholders, local stakeholders, to discuss any issue that they would like to discuss with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thanks.
Sarah?
I do agree with all the other speakers around communication being very important. But Kanyisile, you mentioned an interesting part about a fetal monitor where you didn't receive the evidence. So my stake is to ask you here, how could industry assist you? What technical expertise within the industry, and we have so much available, you know, within the industry, within the association, how can we possibly assist the regulator to, when you have these challenges? What are your recommendations around it? So I'm putting it back to you. Thank you.
You were not supposed to be asking questions, Sarah.
Oh, Dr. D would also like to be part of the conversation. Yes.
Yes, please.
I'm thinking about people online. With product-specific questions, it becomes tricky because of competitors. So for us to post or ask a question on, for example, the fetal monitor, was we have to provide information. And if we provide information, obviously on the IFU, for example, you will be able to see what the company, and the fact is that, you know, in the industry of consultants that are working with different companies, and we also have companies that are doing similar product. So and the approach on this, we firstly goes to other NRAs. So we are using the AMGF. That's what we did with this particular one. We actually went and asked questions, and we further went to our other national regulatory authority. In this instance, we approached Swissmedic. We approached so that they can, you know, what do you think? Where do you place this? But at the moment, you know, we thought about the issue of competitiveness. If we ask on product specific, on generic questions, I think we can come and ask for help, because then it's not any, because obviously if we say company, a product XYZ, you know, the name of the product, everybody knows who's selling that. So we have to be very careful on that one. But in this instance of the fetal meter, we actually went to our AMDF colleagues, because there is a platform that where we talk together, and then they shared feedback with us. Thank you.
I think that's helpful. Thank you very much. We do understand that we, in cognizance of the competition law, but we are making it available. You know, the associations have got experts, technical expertise, and we're willing to share that with the regulator on a generic basis as needed. So I'm just putting it out there. Thanks. From a collaboration perspective.
Thank you. Simon, before we get into you, I think that communication is kind of like the name of the game. In that regard, I'd really love to learn from Anvisa, what are kind of like the key elements that you consider to have like an effective communication with the regulated sector?
Excellent. Thank you, Sandra. For Anvisa, we have this, as mentioned, help desk to be accessed by the companies, by the manufacturers, and especially distributors in Brazil. And then this is a very effective tool, because since we are able to have a talk to the company, we are able to understand the technology. We are able to answer eventual questions from the manufacturer on how they should provide some specific information to attend an essential principle requirement, for example. And we have seen in the recent years many companies asking us to provide presentations regarding new technologies, and this is something very useful for our staff, since we are able to know new technologies. We are able, we have the opportunity to ask questions to the manufacturers. We're able to better understand some technologies that we didn't have access in the past. So communication is for sure is the hot topic, and we consider that the agency, the regulator, has to have a channel to be available to the manufacturers, to the distributors, to provide answers, and also to receive inputs for the future assessments that we will make for the medical devices that would be placed in the market.
Thank you, Augusto. Simon? And I think then Khadija, or? Oh my God, my apologies for that. Can you bring the piece of paper in front of Simon so she can write it down? So if I pass her, she won't forget and I won't regret that. So Khadija, please.
I want to go to a very practical way or a practical topic about the essential principles. And that's the checklist that, you know, manufacturers rely on. Now, when we talk about the very basis of why we're here is convergence and harmonization, what we do see is you have essentially the different authorities have the essential principles in slightly different language, right? The numbering and the sequencing may be different between authorities, etc. From a practical point of view, for manufacturers that want to go into multiple markets. So for example, if I take SAHPRA's draft document on the essential principles, it's very aligned to the TGA document. You look at how Canada, you look at maybe the ASEAN format, right? For Asia, you look at the MDR, GSPR, then you look at the IMDRF. They all talk the same language. I mean, they're all referring to similar things, but just presentation of that checklist. So it becomes a huge burden for manufacturers going into different markets now to generate documentation different for each of these markets. So as a manufacturer, we embrace that we have to comply with the principles, but we just kindly request that there is acceptability. So if I'm doing reliance on, say, EU MDR framework, then the GSPR format should be accepted. Similarly, if I'm going into a different market, or a reliance is on that market. So it's just from a practical point of view, we should try and have, if not full harmonization, I know that would be really difficult, but at least if we can have acceptance and recognition between authorities that it's all really relating to the same essential principles that we're trying to meet.
Thank you. Simone, sorry, we have Simone here and then Tammy.
I've got three things, but I'm going to talk about this checklist that you've just referred to. I think it's important that everybody understands that there's not a prescriptive format to follow, and I would like a format not to be prescriptive, because that does enable me as a manufacturer to position all the different requirements into my format. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's about getting the technical evidence in a way that it's easy for the regulator to navigate through, because you don't want to make their life difficult. You know, the easier you make it for the audit, for the regulator to go through your technical evidence, the easier it makes it for yourself. So I think we need to steer clear, because it comes back to my next comment. I think it was in Kenya, they mentioned the ISO standard for the essential principles. There was one published and it has actually been withdrawn. And I couldn't find a reason as to why it was withdrawn. And maybe, Augusto, maybe you know the answer to that. I kind of think I know the reason why. And my reason is that I'm thinking it's because the essential principles were written into regulations, number one. And then just the last point before I forget, going on what the Makatso said, I think the word that we like to use is confidentiality and the protection of intellectual property. And that's why sometimes you can't just pick up the phone and phone an association, or because obviously that confidentiality and IP is integral to the technical information. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think Augusto raised her hand before you and I missed him. So Augusto, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I just want to mention that all regulators, the ideal world would be that all regulators would have adoption of the same standard or the same template, if I can say, for the essential principles. But of course, there eventually we may have specific requirements in one jurisdiction or another. But I see that in general, the majority of regulators are using basically the same structure. But I think that all regulators should have some flexibility to receive the evidence from the manufacturers, and to be able to review those evidences, considering the essential principles. I believe that once the regulators are able to join, to participate on IMDRF discussions, on IMDRF working groups, it makes the way much easier. Since you are part of the discussion, you can put your position, you can put your understanding in some specific requirements, and eventually it would be part of the document, of the proposed document. And in the future, our regulators can use the same structure, can use the same template. So I believe that the idea, again, the idea of communication is also involves also the participation in this kind of working groups, in these discussions, in those international forums.
Thank you. Tammy?
Yeah, I actually was going to say something similar. I was going to mention the IMDRF table of contents, right? So there is an IMDRF table of contents for both IVD and medical device submissions. Many of you may be aware that there is also a pilot going on between US FDA and Health Canada that is based on the IMDRF table of contents. I know Gusto has mentioned on a few occasions that they are also interested in joining that pilot, and Tracy Duffy from TGA has as well. So I think that there is the basis out there for a common table of contents, but I agree with Augusto that to some degree, we have to allow regulators to have the flexibility, right, to get and receive the information and process it, you know, to their needs in their particular jurisdiction. So it's great that we have an overarching table of contents, but we also as manufacturers need to be flexible for the regulator. And the point that I wanted to make initially as well is that I think, you know, part of the reason we're here today is to talk about how regulation and how registration and how these things are going to start to take place, right? And at the end of the day, people are having to do this work. And so we can't just start doing everything all at once. And I think, you know, just kind of getting back to reality, how do we take a risk-based approach and support the regulator to start the regulations that they're interested in? I think that's part of, you know, what we have to figure out together and in a partnership so that we can utilize the essential principles, utilize conformity assessments, utilize standards. I mean, we've learned so much in the last 2 weeks, but where do we start? And I know Dimakatso has said before, how do we operationalize this? It's not going to happen overnight. And what does that risk-based approach look like?
Thank you, Tammy. Is there any comment from the audience on what we have been discussing? Oh, yes, over here. Can you help? Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Sandra. I think it's more of a question than maybe a comment. And also maybe piggybacking off your local versus multinational a comment or question earlier, right? And to, I think, the sir's comment earlier around maybe manufacturers taking the easy way out or not necessarily following the UCAS. Maybe more suited for Simone and Sarah, right? What would be some of the challenges from a local manufacturer perspective that you foresee in terms of compliance to the EP, right? Given that it's obviously there is the process and documentation aspect of things, and good documentation process, because it's essentially you may be doing the process, right? It's the capturing and then presenting it in a, or complying and then capturing it in a particular way. Do you foresee any challenges in that aspect, or any other things that might pose as a challenge from a manufacturer perspective? And then from a I think to the last comment by Augusto around local specific requirements or jurisdiction specific, from a SAHPRA, Kanyi or Lydia, right? Or even Dr. Dimakatso, would there be any maybe overarching or high level SA specific things that might need to be considered when it comes to the principles?
Yes, Simone.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yeah, I was part of the SAHPRA, which was a South African ventilator project, and prepared the technical dossier using the IMDRF table of contents formats, I might add, and putting together that paperwork. That wasn't the challenge. The challenge was finding people to do the testing, to do the usability studies. Obviously, we were in COVID, so we had a problem where we couldn't actually go to some of the hospitals at that time. But fortunately, we had some anesthetists on our group, and so we managed to navigate through that. So I think that the paperwork for me wasn't the challenge. And I'd like to put the question to Tracy from Bayer, as well as Colin from Southern. Maybe I'd like to hear their feedback on what I've just said. Thank you, Tracy.
So I think we have to put ourselves into the context of we're in the middle of a change, right? And I want to, before I answer that, I want to talk about, we talk about communication, but we have to create the safe environment for things to change. And to do that, we have to then find our trusted partners. And I think whilst it's great that we're communicating, we have to check that what we're saying is landing. And we have to check that when it has landed, that the other person has understood what we've said. So I think that it goes a long way because we're doing a lot of speaking. I think that we have to understand that there's the other person comes from a position and they have to meet their demands on their side. And so I think that that goes a long way towards our communication when we understand why the person's saying what they're saying and not just the what. Now that I've said that, I think we're prohibited in the sense that we have issues such as biocompatibility. We have issues such as, again, going back to the changing regulation and not quite knowing how we're going to meet some of those regulations. So anyone that's been spending some time with MDR right now will know we're in such an unknown space that every day brings about a new understanding of regulation and legislation. So I think maybe our constraints right now is maybe perhaps a little bit of a lack of understanding around what we need to do, not because we don't know, but because we're really in a space of change. I don't know if I've answered what you need me to answer. I usually don't answer.
Sorry, someone, you'll have to tell me what exactly you want me to comment on.
We were asked about the challenges in regards to meeting these regulatory requirements of essential principles and possibly the technical evidence. Have you had any challenges?
Yeah, if you would have asked us a few years ago, the big challenge is one, the cost. It's not easy and not quick to just pull up a biological evaluation or a chemical characterization or you know, and going through MDR has taught us a lot. So for us, we're in a very fortunate position having gone through MDR that it's very easy to now copy and paste what we've done into the essential principles in the format maybe that whoever wants it. But for someone going to start out new, that's going to be next to impossible. So the concern might be how if you're going to stamp out innovation and startups in South Africa, if we do just blindly implement policies and with all the costs involved, that's just a concern from our side. But yeah, it's like you said as well, it is sort of easy once you've got everything laid out to copy and paste it, but to start from scratch, it's really, really difficult.
Thank you.
So to answer Andiswa from an RVD perspective and localization, as you know, most of our RVD member companies distribute and supply products that come in from abroad. When it comes to local, our three main challenges are funding, first of all. The second thing are the regulatory hurdles, and it does entail a lot of documentation. And then thirdly is what Simone also mentioned, is laboratory infrastructure. We don't have enough capacity to do all these evaluations and testing. So those, I think, are three detractors when it comes to localization and RVDs. We are pushing. I think there's a lot of discussion. I think Vic has left, but he's also focusing on how we can move with the DTRC to localization, how we can support startups, but it is a challenge that we are facing, yeah, from a local perspective. I hope that answers the RVD part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Simone, and the colleagues that have shared the background. I just want us to unbundle this with regulatory hurdles because we have not started doing product registration. Because if for me, we use generic terms and say regulatory hurdles, I think the statement was, where does it sit? Where does it land? I don't understand it.
Thanks, Dr. Matiba. I think with the registration, we are waiting for the roadmap and the pilot, so that will give us a lot of answers. I think industry has got a lot of questions, but we're waiting for the guidelines, and we know it's imminent. That will give us a lot of answers. But I think for local innovator, you know, they need to be aware of all the requirements, and sometimes they are not. And I think that's where communication is critical. The workshops that SAHPRA holds for industry, that's also very helpful. So I think it all comes back to communication.
Oh, if you can wait just a second, so for our online
I'm
participants.
still not under, because the question was, you know, the colleagues were asked a question, where were the regulatory challenges? And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Simone referenced the, you know, what happened with the ventilator project. And that for me will help us, because that is a lessons learned, not only for the industry, but also for us as a regulator. And as we know that we have to do, we are legally actually expected to do with the roadmap. We have to publish it. We have to give industry enough time to comply. We are going to publish guidelines accordingly. So that's a future kind of a situation. But I think I'm more interested in us understanding, you know, because when we are busy building this future, the lessons that of the past will help us a lot, so that we do not repeat or do the same thing again. So, and when I get the word regulatory hurdles or regulatory, it's an inhibitor. I don't know how if I'm given a task to do, what am I removing as an inhibitor or as a hurdle? What hurdle am I removing? I'm not talking about the future, but perhaps based on the question, the past, that will make me understand. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll try and help Sarah out here. When we often talk about the regulatory hurdle and there's these three aspects to it, and please, I don't think SAHPRA must take this personally. I think it's more of a general hurdle in that there's time, expense, and there's a lot of resource required around putting things like the technical evidence together, doing the risk assessments, doing the studies, putting in the GMP practices, make like your clean rooms, doing your cleaning validation, making sure your HVAC's validated. Those, so when we talk about hurdles, it comes through on time, cost, which are also, by the way, resources. But there are other resources as well, like certain technical expertise. We've got a limited number of clean room manufacturers in South Africa, HVAC system manufacturers. And if we're going to grow manufacturing, obviously that's something that we've got to look at. So I think you must look at, when we talk about regulatory hurdles, look at it in a holistic manner, as opposed to the performance of the regulator. Yeah.
Simon, we have a comment over here, but before we get into that, I think that there's something that I guess we are all aware of. I mean, this, as the WHO mentions, I mean, we should have a stepwise approach. We are facing a new era, and all of us have to be aware that there's a whole ecosystem that has to be developed in order to transit to this new era. And I think we all have to be patient among each other. Otherwise, it is not going to work. And we are all here to make sure that this is going to work. And when we talk about, and probably it is because it is not my native language, the English, but when I see hurdles, I listen it like in a negative way. And my understanding in here is that we are to comply with a regulatory framework that is aligned with international standards, with international references. And of course, it is going to take a while to build all the necessary infrastructure for everybody being compliance with. But that is also part of the process that the regulatory authorities are to take into consideration while defining the journey that has to be transited in order to get into that final stage. So I don't know if I understood correctly, but that is kind of like my takeaway of this conversation. And sorry, let me pass the voice to Tanya, because she's been waiting for a while.
I think I made the point earlier on this morning that we also need to look at the local context. And cost is certainly a hurdle. Regulatory cost is a hurdle. And when you have a medtech industry where the majority are small to medium distributors, I think what we're asking for is, could we have a regulatory and sort of legislative system that is fit for purpose in terms of that context? So as an example, if you look in South Africa, we have establishment licenses for manufacturers, distributors, and wholesalers. But we're charging them the same fees, no matter how big or small you are. And we're charging them the same fees that we're charging pharmaceutical manufacturers and distributors. So I think that's what we're trying to say is, yes, you know, we understand we need to be regulated, but just consider that we are different and that it is really costly. You suddenly now have very small companies who never had to pay establishment license fees. They now have to pay retention fees, they have to pay amendment fees, they have to pay renewal fees, they have to get ISO 13485. These are all major costs that they have to now take on board. And particularly in an economic environment that is extremely challenging. You know, most of these devices are imported, so we have exchange rate fluctuations, we have the cost of load shedding, etc. So I think, you know, it's not just not necessarily being able to or wanting to meet the regulatory requirements, but also startup companies. Maybe there's some models that we can look at where perhaps in the first year that you start up, you might have a far less fee that you have to pay for an establishment license. So that how do we incentivize local startups and even local manufacture?
And thank you very much. And I think this topic could keep us the whole day and rest of the day and night. So if I may, I could propose for us to get back to the main topic of this conversation, but of course, keep the conversation going. Again, we have been speaking about communication, and communication has to do with everything again. And I'll go back with to the ecosystem. Of course, cost of doing business is definitely part of the ecosystem. Feasibility of companies is for sure a topic that has to be considered. But if I may very respectfully could invite us to get back into the essential principles conversation that we were having.
The first thing I'd like to answer is on the essential principles and designing a new product. When you design a product, you have to look at designing it for an international market. You cannot design a product and think you're going to sell it in one market only. So you have to consider all the requirements. And there's the first hurdle, the first regulatory hurdle, because the regulators aren't harmonized. I have to have different requirements for the US, different requirements for the CE. For instance, a very simple one, but a very important one. In the EU, you don't need design and development up to a class 2A. The US, even for a class 1 device, they want to see design and development. And that's a really important aspect. I think the Europeans missed that boat completely because this product didn't fall out of the air. You went through a process designing it and choosing certain materials. You did the biocompatibility on those materials, the safety of those materials. And even for a class 1 device, that is really important because otherwise a simple device like a crutch, if the foot ferrule fails, the person could end up back in hospital because of a poor designed product. And it's typically your class 1 devices where most of your problems occur. They don't occur in your class D and your class C areas because those areas are well regulated. They occur in your lower categories. And Dr. D, in terms of your pilot program, don't look at a class D to audit a class D. Start on a low risk, because it's a lot easier, the risk is a lot lower, but the requirements are almost identical. As you go up, as your risk, or as you move from a class A to a class D, the essential principles are still all the same. It's just that your attention to risk becomes so much greater when you're dealing with a class D device. So the essential principles are still the same. They're not different.
Sandra, I wonder if I could comment on that.
Yes, please.
Since we're all in the spirit of learning and sharing and constructive conversations, I respectfully disagree. I grew up in post-market. I have done adverse event reporting for 20 plus years at Roche. I'm sorry, I mentioned the company I wasn't, well, you guys know who I'm with. Sorry.
That was not confidential information.
And we just don't see the same thing. So maybe, we can continue to learn from each other, but I think from a risk-based approach, what we're talking about is if something were to go wrong with the product, what is the harm that could happen to the patient? And that risk is more severe with the higher risk classification. So I think, if we were to take a risk-based approach and I was going to throw anything out there, starting with essential principles on the registrations for high-risk products would actually, to me, make more sense from a regulator perspective. For what it's worth, I thank you for letting me share my opinion with you, and I hope that's okay. Thank you.
No. By all means, the difference is when you start riding a bicycle, you start with 3 wheels because of the risk. You don't get on a mountain bike immediately and go down the road. You got to start somewhere and start at the bottom. Don't try and fly before you can walk.
Khadija, can you turn on your microphone?
I have to add to that. I mean, the basic principle, as you've seen with the essential principles, is a risk-based approach. Within that, it's embedded. And when you look at, if you're expecting to have the same oversight on class A's from a regulator versus a class D, its capacity, etc., issues that come in. The EU does require you, it doesn't mean you abandon any kind of risk management for class A's, right? It's just your risks that you have to manage it that much lower. That's why they're a class A. And you have to do a self-declaration of conformity. So it's not an absence of it by the EU, but they're entrusting you as a manufacturer based on the risk classification of your product, and looking at essential principles that are fit for purpose for your product and its risk classification. So on that respect, I also have to disagree with the approach.
Oh, with me? You just no. Okay. Forget it. I'm going to go ride some bikes.
Thank you. Simone, I guess you have something else to add?
Yeah, I just want to add as well that we must always remember as a manufacturer, we've got other laws that we need to abide to. And the one that comes to mind is the Consumer Protection Act. So even though we talk about a class A, there is still that obligation for you to make sure that you've got all your substantive evidence of safety and performance. And that is why even for class A, you still need a technical dossier with the technical evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Augusto?
Yes, actually, I would just like to add that in our experience in Anvisa, I have to say that 15 years ago, we asked for the registration of all devices, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are basically A, B, and C, A, B, C, D, as you classify. And during that time, we have learned that it's impossible to keep the same level of assessment for all risk classes, simply because the number of products in classes 1 and 2 is huge. And we would not be able to review all those technical dossier that would be submitted to the agency. So then with that, we have evolved our regulation to simplify the documentation that should be submitted to Anvisa for classes 1 and 2. And it makes a lot of sense, because now we are able to review appropriately classes 3 and 4 medical devices. But I just like to mention also that the requirements are still the same for class 1 and 2, but the agency is not reviewing in depth. Is not making the in-depth review of those documentation. But eventually, if the regulator needs, all this information should be available with the distributor or the manufacturer. So if the agency needs to make some fiscalization, I'm not sure how to say that, but to make some enforcement in a manufacturer, all this information should be available with them. So basically, just would like to mention that this is something that for all risk classes, the requirements must be fulfilled, but the agency eventually will not be reviewing for the pre-market authorization. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Augusto. And let me tell you something. If I could be measured on the success of this panel in regards of me covering all the questions that we had prepared, I could be totally lost. But on the other side, I really find that it was really a very fruitful conversation, and that it certainly keeps the door open at all ends to continue these conversations. We are still miles and miles away to get into where we want to be. And that will require a lot of commitment, a lot of communication, a lot of sharing. And I think we are all here because we are aligned on this purpose. And we really appreciate all the involvement, all the engagement, all the challenging questions, and all the not being in agreement with in a respectful manner, because that will certainly help us challenge ourselves and see if what was my idea, is that really the right one for the purpose? Or is there something else that I should be taking into consideration? So this is why I really, really love and appreciate, and I'm very thankful for this conversation. So without further ado, thank you very much for our panelists. Thank you very much, Augusto. Enjoy the rest of your holiday, and really thank you very much to all. So, sorry that you cannot join us, Augusto, but we are having a reception. So we will miss you in here, but we're going to be toasting for your health, even though it is going to be a non-alcoholic toast, but we will enjoy anyway. Thank you very much. And we welcome you to join us for the reception for all of our in-person participants. And thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at 8 a.m.